What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing today? We got who we got? We got Kiera, Terry, Lolita, Lachelle's, Caramel Cutie. We got some other folks. Go ahead and hit that like button for me real quick. Um, hey Jasmine, my boo. I was, I was in the mood in here tempted. Hey, at least I was in the mood, tempted as hell to go live. Woody woo, what's up? I was tempted as hell to go live about something else, but I've been having great lives, not having to drag nobody. Well, I had one this morning. I had to drag that hoe, but um, you know, hey Leela, I decided with good people to talk to me. Hey Lolo, to talk me off the cliff, to bring me back to reality because we have been having great conversations. And since we have been having conversations about the opposite sex, thanks to Game Changer, when dating the wrong man goes wrong is what we're going to talk about today. Because I know a lot of us have dated the wrong man. And, like, hey, Ebony. And I just, want to see everybody's some people's standpoint on it because I know me myself, I have definitely dated the wrong men. And I think this time around I learned a lesson, a very well learned lesson. Um so now when it comes to the dating scene, I have basically learned to take it slow. Go ahead, Leela. Hey, Radithia. Yeah, you definitely can say something, Leela. I don't have a problem with that. Hey, Miss Sexy, right? I didn't even see you in there. Hey, it's all about God. Ebony, I dropped the link if you want to come up, love. I'm trying to get used to going live off of my computer versus going off of my phone. So I'm just want to get do a little thing like that. So let me see. Dating is not the way it used to be. No, chivalry is dead. Yes, it is. Yep. Hey, Rua. Um, hey, Cherise. Yeah, dating is definitely different than how it was, like even for when far as we go and as our parents go. I say I have a lot of respect for Ashley C. She put it on the floor. Definitely, definitely. I told her that when she did that live about Sean, I definitely gave her her respect because she definitely deserved it. One thing I will say about her, um, she does call it down the middle. She's not afraid to call people out on their bullshit. And I have to respect that because I'm not afraid to call people out on their bullshit. And it's a gang of us that's not afraid to call people on their bullshit. So it's good to be able to, see that and respect her from where she's coming from. No matter what our differences are with each other, I still respect the fact that she does stand for something. And she's not a pick me woman, and you can't bamboozle her to say, do things and say things out of the ordinary because she's always going to be true to herself. So, with that being said, I most wholeheartedly respect Ashley Chats for that. Uh, Let me see. Hey, love that nature. You have to be careful dating someone. Now that you definitely have to. What's up, DT? The world famous Lexus, the shop. Yes, and you know what, Ebony, I have to agree. this goes for all of us. We have to start taking our own advice. I mean, we can give great advice, but do we use that advice when it comes our time? And like today, no, we have, Evan, we have had the conversation. We're gonna let it go. We're gonna let it go. We're not gonna even watch them. We're not gonna do this, and we're gonna ignore it when they talking about one of us. We're gonna ignore it. Just ignore it. Just ignore it. And then when you're the topic of the subject, it's like I can't ignore it. So I get it. Oh yes, Leela, I definitely did. Definitely. Hey, Miss Foxy, how you doing, love? you know, and it's not even just, let me tell y'all something. And I should have titled my thing something. I should have added dating the wrong man and the wrong woman goes wrong, because men date the wrong women too. They definitely do. They think they getting something, and shit, as the years go on or months go on, they find out that they didn't sign up for that same relationship that they have now. So yeah, we definitely, do sometimes date the wrong people in our lives, and we give them chance after chance. And, some of them just can't be loyal to us. Some of them just can't do right. Some of us, I realize when we get involved in a relationship with some people, and I'm speaking from experience right here, I know when we get in a relationship with people, sometimes we get in that relationship with somebody because that's the person we want, right? And it's not the person God has for us. So, with that being said, sometimes God allows that person to show us why they are not for us. And it's up to us to take God's heed or, get burnt in this situation, you know? So, and for myself, I would say God gave me so many signs that I was with the wrong person, but because of my own selfishness of wanting to be with that person, I overlooked everything. And now, oh, what's up, Ebony?
Hey,
Hey,
Lexi.
love, how you doing?
All right. I said I'm gonna come on up here since
Okay.
we talking about dating. I'm like, I've dated before,
Yeah, well,
so
you've been in a 15-year relationship, so you should know more than anybody.
baby, I got some longevity up under my belt.
Yes, yes. But
And she says, baby, I've been with my man for 15 years.
right,
I'll take that.
right. So y'all know, and I'm saying I was like in that relationship with someone that wasn't healthy for me. But because I actually love this person, I'm thinking that I can change him. He's gonna change on his own. He's gonna see I'm doing right by him and everything. He's gonna want to change. And if it's not in them to change and want to change, sometimes you gotta let them go and let it be. And I struggle with that for a long time, y'all. For like it's been a couple of years. I struggle with this person because I always want to see, hey, dreamy girl, I always want to see the best in him. But I see like he wasn't for me. And it had to take God to really show me that this person, like, he'll be doing off the wall stuff to me, like off the wall stuff. Like, you know what I'm saying? You be like, now he's never put his hands on me. I can guarantee you that. But emotional abuse and mental abuse is a dangerous thing because you put that person in a bad headspace. You don't know what that person might do to you because you keep playing on their heart and you keep playing with their mind. So you don't know what mind, where they're at with it. Love That Nature said, that's why I haven't been with anyone in 4 years because I need to heal and get my mind together. And I understand that completely. And some of us do need to heal when we get out of those bad relationships. But for me personally, um, I was just there. And when I say I was just there, it was like we wasn't doing boyfriend girlfriend things, like we wasn't dating. Like we wasn't going out no more. Like we used to at least go out to the restaurant on the weekend, go get something to eat, go ride around town and stuff. We stopped doing that. We definitely had stopped having sex. That was already out the picture. We stopped doing that.
What?
Yeah.
No sex?
Yes.
So basically, it was just like you said, y'all was just there. You know what? Sometimes when you first meet a person and it goes more so for the guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
You really don't sometimes don't get to see the real him until maybe 6 months to a year into the relationship,
Mm-hmm.
because at the beginning he's trying to win you over. You know what I'm
Definitely.
saying? He's courting you. You guys are dating. You guys are having sex every day, maybe twice a day. And then
3, 4 times a day.
yeah.
Just stop.
Mhm. And
Just
then
stop.
the next stage is moving in together. I haven't lived with a lot of men in my life because um I don't know why. I just don't think moving in with somebody, unless you really, really think that you're gonna be with that person for a long time. Because sometimes when you get with somebody, if this is the person that you want to be with for a long time, whether y'all get married or not.
Mm-hmm.
And you really don't get to know someone, even if it's a female, like not a female relationship, but like if your home girl and y'all get an apartment together, you really don't know a person until, like they
So
say,
you start
until you
living with them.
live with them.
Yep. Now that is a fact. You don't know that person until you actually start living with that person. And I'm gonna be honest, because I'm gonna be transparent about mine, what I had going on, y'all. And I'm gonna thank Special K on this one because I used to talk to her about this situation. I also talked to a couple of other people. I used to talk to the Sandra about it. Amber. I didn't talk to her about it because she already knew what was going on. I already knew where her standpoints was. My family already knew their standpoints. But I would talk to them to see if there was something that if this relationship was something that I could, get over certain things and work it out with him. But like Special K told me, you have to exhaust all your options. And after you exhaust all your options and nothing has changed and he's not willing to change, you have to let it go. And that's where the point I came to when I felt I exhausted everything I can do. So I was like, I have to let it
Mm-hmm.
go because at this point it's not healthy for me. It's especially not healthy for my kids to see me unhappy. And not to say that a man is supposed to make me happy, but if you're my man, I would only feel right. You would love to see that you're putting a smile on my face. Or, hey, Ramona, in Treasure Life, you would think it would be important for you to see me smile and not hurt me. You know what I'm saying? So when he started acting like he didn't care no more, he didn't care how I felt about anything, I would like just turn a blind eye to it, like, Lexus, he gonna change. He gonna after this, after X, Y, and Z happen, he gonna change. Watch, he gonna change for the better. I was looking for that same person I had got involved with.
At the
And thank you,
beginning.
Cindy, for the super sticker in the beginning. My kids wanted that same person I was involved with in the beginning. Like my kids would tell him, "Oh, I want this from GameStop. Can you get it for me, Mom?" And he'd be like, "You ain't got to get it. I go get it. Take them to the store and go get it." That's what my kids seen. That's what my kids wanted, you know. And once he won me over and won them over, like, it started slacking off. It did. It started slacking off with them. But however, me and him still was knit tight. You know what I'm saying? When you seen him, you seen me. When you seen me, you seen him. We was doing everything together. And oh, thank you, Latte. um, when
So what was it? What do you mean when you say he stopped caring?
He stopped caring how I perceived him. He stopped caring how I felt, how he was making me feel, rather. So when you no longer care if you're hurting me, then the relationship is really downhill. And I was thinking I can get him to, like, he would change. Eventually he's going to change, he's going to change, he's going to change. And he hasn't changed. He is still the same man. And the thing, I'm not going to even say a man, he is still the little boy in his head. That, you know what I'm saying, he's still a child in the head. Because you have to know, as a man, it takes a lot. And it don't take a lot, I say, but it takes something for you to maintain a healthy relationship with a woman. You can't be in these streets at 40 something years old and still want a woman at home when you're still in these streets playing around with all these different women too.
Yeah.
So,
That sounds like my baby daddy.
see, and Lachelle, you know what you say? Let me see. Lachelle said this. I gotta see what she said. Hey, can you go up and see what Leela said? Because I didn't even get to see it, but
Let
she
me see.
said Lolita said
Oops.
unadulterated truth.
Let me go. You said Lolita?
Uh-huh. But it was Leela's comment. And that is, and you know what? I'm gonna be honest. Because
Um,
I don't know how to say it. I didn't know how to say it, but this is what it is. I lost respect for him because of him not doing what he was supposed to do.
is it Lolita when she said
Leela made the comment.
Lolita?
Nuh-uh. Lila,
Okay, wait a minute.
Lila.
Okay, let me look for hers.
Michelle said you
Uh,
can't change a man and vice versa. They have to be willing to change for themselves and for you. My grandfather told me that. And that is correct. We can't change. And my mom also told me that. She said, Alexis, if he don't want to change, you can't change him. I'm sorry, baby. It's just not gonna happen. He has to want it. And I was like, well, mom, I see so much potential in him. Like, y'all don't know him like me, mom. I'm telling y'all, he can change. I know he can. I can see the better in him. But like, everything just started going worse. It started getting worse and worse and worse and worse.
she said, Alexis, can I say something? Please don't get mad off topic.
Oh, she was talking about, okay.
That
Yeah. As she chats, yeah, definitely. But yeah, with that being said, I was expecting something. I was expecting him to be the man I needed him to be, and he wasn't. He's not ready for that. But when what age is a man ready to be a man and have a family? When, what's clicking in their head? What's stopping them to want to be a man and have a family? Who wants to be out on these streets every day? Hey, Penny J, living that life like that. And yeah, I do like street dudes, but at some point in time, I want that street dude to turn into that dude that wants a family, wants to um
they
do
can be
family
both.
things.
They can be both.
They can be both. They can, but they have to want it too, Ebony. That's just a simple thing about it. Hey, Spicy Brown, they're gonna have to want it. If they don't want it, then you know what do you do? How many times, like, would it be like for me? Like, let me ask you this: how many tries would you try to work out your relationship? You see, it was good in the beginning, but what would be like the straw for you? Be like, you know what, is it? Are you going to exhaust all your options, or are you going to be like, you know what, this ain't for me?
Well,
Hey, PM.
I exhausted all my options with my baby daddy, and then it was another guy before him that I exhausted all my options on. And I took it I stayed with my baby daddy for quite some time with him. It wasn't so much of him not taking care of home and um things like that. It was more so of me busting him, the cheating. And then, he would beg me that he wouldn't do it again. I would do stupid stuff like make him call the girl in front of me and tell her that he don't want her no more. And he would do it. And then, I'll take him back. But then, he'll do right, for 5, 6 months. And then boom, he right back at cheating, which I don't understand why men cheat or what the case may be. And people might think that I got my lick back at the end, but I didn't really get my lick back at the end. It was just that I ended up falling out of love with him and meeting somebody else. And I knew once I started to give, if I ever gave another man attention, that it was over with for me and my baby daddy because I was so much in love with him that I wouldn't even talk to dudes. But when I started giving this other guy attention, um, I knew then that I didn't love my baby daddy no more.
Okay, I get that because that's what I like. I get that because once I started giving someone else some attention, it was like I didn't care no more. And it took me a while to realize why I didn't care. Because at first I was like, "Am I really about to throw this away? Am I really about to do this?" Because that's a lot of years. Like me and him been off and on since, like to be honest, since 2011. Here it is, 2025. You know?
And then we be thinking like, and some of them women like would be wanting me to like throw him out, even though it was me and his place. But throw him out because if I'd throw him out. Girl, I would throw his shit. He would come home, his shit would be all over the front yard. And they would want me to, so he could go right over there with them. And I would think in my mind, like, I didn't build all this shit with this man. I'm not gonna just give him, get him
Hmm.
all to somebody else and they reap all my fucking benefits.
Yeah, and
That's
that's
how
what
my
I was
mind
looking
was
at.
thinking.
And you know what? Because now that you said that, think about what Latte just put up here. Latte just said, I remember I used to have the mindset of if I put all my energy into that man and mold him into the person for me, I would have to cut that man loose because I was losing me and I didn't like the person I was. And I'm going to tell you, Latte, you speaking something to me right there because that right there was me. That is me. I I tried to build this man just for me. Like the stuff that I would do for you, I didn't think no other woman could come between what me and you had going on because I'm busy trying to build you up. And I seen myself drowning trying to save him, trying to build him up, trying to show him that you're not alone. You got somebody in your corner that really loves you. But at this time, he had to love himself first, as well as I had to love myself. And I had to realize that me loving him is tearing me down.
Hmm.
So I had to take the initiative to say, I love myself more than I love you, and I have to let you go. Is he mad at me right now for it? He definitely is mad at me. But that's his problem, his issue. I gave you the best of me, and it wasn't good enough. So now you have to learn on your own. You know? Let me see. My Blackest Beaver say a lot of us women don't like to start over, so we stay longer than we should, and that's definitely what it is because we don't like to start over. Like, because I was like, damn, that's gonna be a lot of years fucking waste. And my biggest thing is time. That's a lot of time that I wasted waiting for you to do right. But now at this point, it's like I don't care how much time it is that has been wasted. I need something healthy. I need someone that want to be for me. I want somebody who I want somebody who looks at me and think I'm the most beautifulest woman in the world. And I know I'm not because there's a lot of beautiful women in here. But to him, I'm that person. Or someone that I can share my secrets with and don't have to worry about them coming back up hunting me or being thrown in my face. You know what I mean? I want someone that I can actually build something with because I want to have this generational wealth for our kids. You know, if he has kids, and I preferably want someone that already has kids that don't want to have no more kids, I know that's number one for me.
And you
And
know what? My baby daddy gave me all of that, but he, I just couldn't take. He just wanted to steady cheat, and
yeah,
then he would say stuff like, "That bitch don't mean nothing to me. That bitch don't mean nothing." Like, and then
yeah,
I would be stupid enough just because he would tell him that, and then that's all I would ask him to do, and then boom, I would be okay with it. So basically, he just got in the habit of cheating. Then I make him call him. Then boom, he tell him that, and then boom, we we get back right, and then boom, here we go again with the same shit. Then it got so that my family started busting him in and shit. He started getting really, really reckless with it. And I,
mm,
I just got to the point like it was the cheating that I just couldn't because why would a man cheat? Like if I went out and did it, he would lose his fucking mind, even if he thought that somebody was looking at me or thought that I was looking at somebody. He would lose his fucking mind. So why do you go out here fuck these bitches? I don't know if you raw dogging them or what, and then come home.
mm, mm.
And then it got so where one time this one bitch was in our crib, had been in our crib, and he was swearing to me that she hadn't. But when that bitch started telling me what our bedroom looked like, I knew then he had to fuck her in the house because our bedroom was upstairs. We lived in a townhouse at the time. And I'm
Mm.
like, no. And she knew everything. She was like, oh, yeah, you was getting ready to go and you was finna take the baby to the doctor. And then as soon as you left, he called me and told me to come over. She knew the date and everything. And I'm like, this girl is not lying. And he would sit right up in my face and lie to me. And all I would do was, girl, it was like my heart was like seeking in because all I would do was cry.
Mm.
All I would do was like bawl and cry out. It was like my world was coming to an end, and I got tired of that.
Yeah. Especially with you letting people and then yeah. That's just going off that's the lack of this that's the lack of respect and it's on for you to have people in my home when I'm not there.
And then I'm putting myself
That's
in
enough to get you
danger.
hurt. Like I'm not even playing. That's just enough.
I mean, it was like my heart caved in one time because the bitch pulled up in front of the house. I was getting ready to leave, and I had my little cousin over there to babysit for me. And then she called me to the door. She said, "Is somebody out here?" And I was like, and so then she out there. So I get in my truck and I'm chasing her, and I'm so stupid. I ran my car into her car, total my shit, and she, even though I tore up hers, but I'm out here damn near wrecking and tearing up my shit. because I'm chasing her down the street when in reality she don't owe me no loyalty. He
That
do.
that boom, that's what I had to get in my head. That the woman is not who owes me loyalty. It's the man, because that's who I'm in the relationship with. And I can't expect her to have loyalty to me, respect me, or anything if he's not respecting me. Because if he respected me, he wouldn't even be with her.
Yeah.
So
And me and
I
this girl
had
fighting and
because I
you
ain't gonna
just
lie, I jumped on
chilling.
you, Ebony. I jumped on the girl. I did. I slapped that hoe from sideways to upside, baby. Who I was on her and like, baby, you got me bent. But then as time went on, I was like, I'm doing all this for this man. And is he gonna fight for me if something come along? No, he's not gonna do this for me. It I shouldn't even have to fight for you. If you belong to me, you my man, I wouldn't even have to do any of this because you would not allow yourself to get wrapped up in some mess like that. Because guess what? You know what you got at home. So you don't value what you have at home. So you're looking for something else because I don't make you happy. So I feel like because I don't make you happy, you should go be with who makes you happy.
Yeah.
And just take it as a life lesson with me and you. Like that's just what it is. We wasn't. I mean, we loved each other, but that's all it was. We loved each other, and that's it. At one point, we had a lot of love for each other, but somewhere down the line, it was lost, and I was putting up with things that I knew I didn't have no business. I didn't have no business putting up with, but because I allowed it to happen, guess what? He kept taking 10 miles. He kept taking another mile, another mile, another mile until it wasn't no more miles for him to take anymore with me. So I had to let him go. I just had to let him go. And we first have to learn how we want a man to treat us. How a man treats us in the beginning tells us a lot. If we put up with this cheating and stuff in the beginning, guess what he's going to expect for that to continue as the years, months, whatever days go by. But if we put our foot down in the beginning and let him know X, Y, and Z, this ain't gonna happen. I'm not gonna have this going on. If this is what you're gonna do, then we might as well break up. Now don't even get involved with each other because this ain't gonna work between us. We go ahead and do it like that. It could be a healthier relationship because you know what you're not gonna put up with. But if we allow it to happen, like when we catch them the first time cheating on us, and they do something and we take them back, they do something for us to take them back. Guess what's gonna happen? They're gonna do it again, but they're gonna be selective of who they cheat with. Then they're gonna
Hmm.
cheat with someone who's not gonna let it get out there. Because some women, just to be honest, they they love to mess with men that have girlfriends so they can do the picking thing. They'll be watching your whole Facebook page, Instagram, Snap, TikTok, hell, and YouTube if they want to. They'll be watching your every move and making little subliminals start, and then you'll see. And Facebook tells you now, Snapchat definitely tell you who watch your stuff. And you don't see this person, but then you see this person liking his stuff, like because y'all share the same stuff on Facebook. And you start seeing this one woman posting all the time on his page, saying little slick stuff, your mind already goes and like, oh, you must be beating this girl down or something. And he'll cut it off with this person because she let the spot blow up. And then he'll go get him someone that's gonna be more discreet with him. This not gonna
Hmm.
find out about it. You know what I'm saying? So they try to learn how to cheat a little better, but they're never no good cheaters because they always get caught. But if
Hmm.
you keep it real and say to yourself that, hey, Sparks, if you keep it to yourself and be like, thank you, Joanne. Respect has to be first. Um, if you just like
Because all the women that he cheated with, they all knew about me. I just didn't know
every
about them.
time. Listen here, it's not one woman I can tell you right now. It's not one woman that man has cheated on me with that did not know about me. Not one woman.
Hmm.
Not one woman that didn't know about me. They knew who I was. He would actually, let me tell you, he would have this is how bold he would get with these women and me. He knew me and him. He didn't know where me and him really actually stood with each other. Like I went, he didn't feel like I was going nowhere. That's number one. He felt like he can do whatever he want. I'm not going where. When it's come times when he really need me, I'm gonna be there. He's gonna say what he needs to say in order for me to stay where he want me to stay at, right? So what he would do when he be coming to these other women, if I ask him about this one, I was like, you must be messing with her. Like, why do she keep calling you? Why is you inboxing her? Why is like, man, that's just my hunger. That's just my sister. Da, 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 da. I'd be like, oh, okay, yeah, cool, whatever. But I couldn't have a homeboy or a brother calling me and texting me because automatically I had to be messing with him, right? So when to keep the confusion down, if I felt a way about anything, this is how he would do it. He would already let the women know that who I was. Like we were out riding, because sometimes he'll be riding by himself, and then sometimes, like I said, we'll be riding together. And the same, like he'll be out, the women are seeing whatever, speak to him, whatever. And I'm like, why is she looking at you like this? Why is she looking at me like that? Like you see, like you catch everything in your surroundings. So if anything is off, so you're gonna speak on it. And come to find out, you're letting them know that you have a girlfriend, yet and still you're willing to violate your relationship so you can have some of that cootie cat. Because that's all you was just getting your dick wet. That's just it, and that's all you was just getting your dick wet. Hey, Candace. Let me see. Lolita said, I have said this over and over again. All women are not the same because I'm not putting up with a man that I know who is cheating on me. Hell no. I'm not built like that. It's over and I'm done. And see, a lot of people, that's what I'm saying. It's some people that can put up with it and some people that can't. I'm one of the ones that I exhausted when it came to this particular, I'm gonna say, and when it came to this particular man, I all my options with him because this is the first person. Even though I have kids and I have none with him, I do have kids by another man, other two men, and I can honestly say I didn't love them the way that I love this man. So it was something different.
Mm-hmm. And now I don't tolerate that shit at all.
Yeah, because when my baby, like I'm telling y'all, my baby daddy, let me tell you, we went to go visit my brother. I never forget this. My son had to be about, I think, Duke was about 2 years old. I think he was about to turn 2 or was he 2? No, he was 1. He was about to turn 1. We went to go visit my brother. When I came back, this man had been staying with me and everything. My baby, they had been staying with me and everything, but I had went out of town. Me and my sister, my mom, go out of town. I call him, we talk, whatever. Go back to sleep, whatever. I get home, I'm talking to him, but it's like it's off, right? So next thing I knew, he had me come on. He was like, man, I just bought a house. I just got me this house, whatever. I said, okay. I was like, you must got a house for me and the baby, whatever. He was like, yeah, something like that. But all the while, he had got this house for him and another woman. He didn't got in a full-blown relationship and didn't even say shit to me, right? So I'm going to the house. I done been all through this house with him. Like all in the bed and everything, and stayed the night with him and everything, right? So I would be dropping my kid off with him at 5 something in the morning because I had to be to work by 7:30. So I would drop him off about 5:30 in the morning, 6 o'clock, so I can make it back to the house and finish getting ready for work. He always made sure he came to the door to get my baby. I always made sure, hey, Special K, he always made sure. Okay, Lolita, I get it, definitely. Yeah, a lot of people can't. It's certain things people just can and cannot, put up with. But yeah, with him, with my baby daddy, like I said, he would come to pick my, like, I didn't even know a woman was even staying at the house, y'all. Like, let me tell you, he had that shit so locked. Till one day he got careless. And he allowed her to go to the door. He told her to go open up the door and get the baby. And why the fuck he did that, I don't fucking know. This is when I was younger, though. I was really ruthless at this point. And she comes to the door. I snap. I'm like, who the fuck is you? Why is you coming to the door? And then I noticed my baby reached for her. So that means you been having my kid around this lady, right?
Mm-hmm.
When I see my baby reach for her, oh, it was war. Y'all, it was fucking war. I said, where he at? Where his daddy at? She was like, he in the room sleep. I said, oh, come on, let's go. And so we goes in the room out by his full government name. I said, if you don't get your bitch ass up, like, what the fuck is going on here? He was like, man, don't come in here, Alexis, with that shit. Don't come in here with that shit. I said, man, you got me fucked up. I said, you got me fucked all the way up. I don't know who you think I am, but I'm not. That's not me. And you ain't even finna play with me like this. I said, what the fuck you got going on? Why is she coming to the door talking about she live here? I said, how long she been living here? I said, because she wasn't living here when I was coming in here. So when is she moving here? So he's like, man, let's go on here. I said, all right, I got you. No worries. I got you. I go to work. I was upset. I was hurt. I cried a little bit because I couldn't believe, like, you just couldn't tell me the fucking truth. Like that, it'd have just been so much easier if you would have told me the truth, right? So, boom. I went to go pick my baby up. He was wide awake at this point. Y'all, do you know this man wanted to fight me? Literally wanted to fight me. So we in there tussling around fighting. I was like, but we really wasn't fighting. And I was talking my shit to him. I said, you got me fucked up. Girl, his uncle seen me, y'all. This was the funniest shit. His uncle seen me. He's oh shit, here come that crazy ass baby mama. Let me go on here about my business. That's what he referred me by, is that crazy ass baby mama. I was like, Uncle David, and I asked him to this day, I was like, Uncle David, why you call me crazy? He was like, girl, you know you was a pistol. He was like, you come in here starting shit. I said, no, I didn't. He said, girl, stop lying. You used to come in here all the time with the shit. He was like, don't do that. Don't do that. I said, all right. I said, you might be right a little bit. But once I seen, because we ended up getting into it to the point where, girl, I had told my homegirl, she had took me to go pick my baby up. Girl, he was trying to get in the car. I kept rolling the window up. He kept trying to pull it down with his hand. I said, girl, he grabbed on this motherfucking window one more time. I said, bitch, pull the fuck out. Pull off. Pull off. Pull off. She said, like, she's in the car laughing, real tears. I said, girl, I'm not laughing. I said, please pull off. She said, I'm not going to prison for you. So, more of the story is he had me and him, like, we were done. Like, it wasn't nothing else. It's straight co-parenting with my kid. That was it. That was all. Now, we did tussle. Now, y'all, we did tussle. Remember, I told y'all the story. We did. Like, hey, I'm chosen. Please hit that like button. Please support Alexis via Cash App, Red Lexus 1981, or super stickers or super chat. So, yes, thank you. I'm chosen. Y'all, when I tell y'all, girl, Kiera, I'm saying I couldn't get no work done. I promise you I couldn't get no work done. But me and him had got into it because he had got into it with some nigga, right? So he was taking his frustration out on me. Oh, and it was like, I dropped my baby off with him. He was like, you know what? I'm gonna go on here. He was like, we had picked out his clothes for Easter because I had already got past the point that he was with this girl, you know? So I knew my baby was going with him for Easter with his family because that's what they do.
Mm-hmm.
And it was like, we picked out his outfit. I come over there. He got his outfit. He was like, oh, my girl got him some clothes and I'm finna change his clothes. Girl, I said, you ain't finna change a motherfucking thing. You got me fucked up. He's gonna wear what the fuck I bought him. I said, we just picked this shit out a couple of days ago. So it's mighty strange that you talking about your girl bought him some clothes. So I was like, you know what? Matter of fact, my baby ain't finna fucking stay here with you because I ain't even on that tight time because you on some bullshit. So I said, just bring my baby here. So he brought my baby up. He tied him up in the car and stuff. Girl, he went to go get my baby kissing. Now I know he kissing on this girl now. Y'all, he went to go get this girl my baby a kiss. Baby, I snatched my baby back from him so quick. Girl, that man. Y'all, when I tell you that man hit me in my eye so quick. I said, did you just punch me in my eye? And he was like, yeah. Bloop, he did it again. I said, okay, bitch. So we get in that car, we tussling with each other, we hitting each other. Like at this point, we fighting. Like two niggas in the street, we fighting. Girl, somehow his head hit Amber's brick because we was in Amber's car. His head hit the rearview mirror. and it broke it because he got a big. When I tell y'all, he got a big ass head. This nigga got a big ass head. This nigga got
Oh,
a head
okay,
like
that's the one that got the big head.
yep, the one we call
Thank
head.
you,
That's the one we
Cindy,
call
for
head.
supporting Amber.
Hey, Dan, I'm not Amber. I'm Lexus.
I mean, Lexus.
Hey,
I said that because you
Tennessee
you just
girl.
said Amber now. Thank you for supporting the channel, Lexus channel.
Y'all, look, when I tell you this nigga head was so motherfucking big, y'all, let me tell you something. He always wore a hat when we first met. He always wore a hat. And I remember, I never forget. Now, I told y'all, we told y'all, our parents, our mother and her family, they love to joke, right? So he took his hat off
Was it
for
big
my
like a
mom.
watermelon? Like a, I mean, like a
Girl,
watermelon?
it's an unknown. No, he got a head shaped like Squidward. If he
Oh my god. This you is silly. Is this your baby daddy?
this is my actual baby daddy. Yeah, I didn't know his head was like that until like I didn't really pay. I did know, y'all. I'm gonna stop now. I did know, but I was like, he's still a nice looking dude. Like he's a nice looking dude, but he just got this big ass head, right? And I was like, I can look past the head. I just hope my baby
Thank
don't have
God
his
your
head.
kids don't have his head.
Girl, his head was huge. Y'all, when I say his head, y'all imagine Squidward. Y'all know how round it is on the top. That's how his
Uh-huh.
head is. So he always wore a fitted hat on his head, right? So the day he came to meet my mom and them, girl, he took that fucking hat off. He high as hell too, y'all. At this point, he smoked. My baby day smoked hella weed. Girl, he high as hell when he came over there. He done took his hat off. When I tell y'all, my mama looked at this man when he took his hat off. He took his hat and said, "How you doing, bam?" Like that. Then put his hat back on. My mama said, "Lexus, come here." I said, "Oh shoot, she finna joke." And I seen her eyes. She bucked her eyes out when he took that hat. She said, "Hey," and she bucked them eyes out. I said, "Oh, she finna start joking while we right here. He ain't gonna know what we saying." So I went in the room and she was like, "Lexus, ain't you worried about what your baby head gonna come out?" She said, that baby gonna rip your coochie up if he got one of them heads." Girl, that's all I kept thinking about. If my baby head was gonna be big like his daddy, and I gotta push it out my cooter cat. That's all I was worried about, y'all. But my baby did not have a head like him, so I thank him. I thank that much. Tennessee girl, thank you for the super sticker, love. No, I couldn't look past. No, I did look past that big head, but yeah, y'all. So the head, like I said, big like Squidward. So it ended up how I was hitting him because how he was in the car. I was in the driver's seat, so he was coming in from the passenger side. So I was able to like hit stick and move with him. Right, I was able to do that. So I ended up hitting him, and his head hit the rearview mirror, and it knocked it down. So I seen it was in my facility to pick up, so I picked it up and started hitting him in the head. Right, so we had that incident. And I remember I went home and was like, "Girl, I knew this was gonna happen. My car fucked up. You fucked up my car." I said, "Girl, I get it fixed. I ain't studying all that shit what you talking about right now." This man really jumped on me. Cause he had never put his hands on me. And my sister was like, "He jumped." I said, "Yeah." She said, it don't really look like he jumped on you if you broke my rear view mirror." She said, did you back up to him? Did you back up in him?" I was like, "No, I ain't hit him with the car." I said, "I wanted to, but I didn't. As I would have been in jail." Okay, hold on, Ebony. Let me see. And y'all, do y'all not know? All right, that was the first incident with us. And my daddy was back at home, getting ready to move back with my mom, and they was getting ready to move back to Pennsylvania at this point. So my daddy went up there first. And so my daddy had called my grandma, called me and asked me what was going on. So my mama called him and told him what's going on. My daddy ended up calling me with my grandma on the phone. Now y'all know I'm a grandmother's baby. And my grandma made him put me on the phone. So I got on the phone. My nana said, Lexus, you don't fight no man about nothing, especially when it comes to his child. You don't fight no man. And I was like, Nana, he started it. He came at me first. She said, what did he do to you, Lexus? What did he literally do to you or that baby to make you want to fight him? And I said, okay, so I said I took my baby over to his house for him to go to church and stuff for Easter with his family. And we picked out the baby's clothes. She was like, okay, so what was the problem? I was like, the problem is he gonna get to his house and decide that he gonna change my baby clothes, talking about his girl bought my baby some clothes. And I said, I wasn't going for that. He ain't finna, that girl ain't got to buy my baby shit. I said, my baby well taken care of. I said, I work every day to take care of my baby. I said, she ain't had to buy my baby shit. I ain't say shit because I was talking about Nana. My Nana said, girl, is you an idiot? I said, ma'am. She said, are you dumb? I said, by far. And she was like, you got to be some special kind of kid, because why is you mad that his girlfriend is spending money on your child? That's less you gotta buy. You don't carry on about no mess like that with no woman, about her taking care of your kid and she involved with the daddy. That's what she's supposed to do, because that's his woman. This is his child. That's what she's supposed to do. She's like, you don't do all that. That make that man think you still want him. And she's like, do you want him still? I said, man, I want us to be a family. She said, girl, get that out your head. He done moved on. It's time you move on. So I said, all right, Nana, you right. And ever since then, from that talk right there from my grandmother, I have always had that in my head. Like, I'm not gonna argue with no woman about nothing, especially when it comes to these kids. Let them do it. She is you. At this point, it got so good to me with him and her. This girl would literally call me on, like, after I let all this stuff go, y'all. Like, literally, I left him alone, like on that level. Like I had my friends, you know what I'm saying? And even with me and him, we still was kind of dealing with each other too. Now, we was still, he couldn't get this cool cat. So, you know what I'm saying? I was young, stupid, and I was giving it to him like I do, but it'd be on my terms, what I wanted to do, And it'd be times she'll be keeping my kid while he at the house with me. You get what I'm saying? It'll be slick stuff like that. So I take a lot of stuff at hand. Like, a lot of stuff that I did is coming back to me in this one relationship. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. But the girlfriend used to call me and ask me, can she get the baby? I used to take my son over there with no problem. Girl, I used to have my baby over there so much, to the point my child didn't know what his address was. He didn't know what his address was, because they had my baby that much. So I seen that my baby took a liking to her. So it allowed me to be free with her and let my baby, you know what I'm saying, let him be with his daddy. So I didn't have no ill will towards her. So what I'm saying with that is, I didn't get that emotionally involved after that situation. It was like, okay, it's fair game. Everywhere I go with anybody I deal with, is fair game anymore. But this particular person took me out of that comfort zone, made me let my guard down with him, let him see the raw me. You get what I'm saying? And I just feel like it was more than what I bargained for.
He took advantage of that.
He took advantage of that, because I don't open my heart to everybody. So now,
hey, I got a question. Like, how do you feel about marriage?
How do I feel about marriage?
Yeah.
Hey Tanya. To be honest, I want to be married. I want to be a wife.
And I know this might sound crazy, but I'm totally opposite of that.
For real?
Yeah. I just feel like if it ain't broke, don't fix
it.
Now, I do know, like, but when you look, the way I think of marriage, like people say, well, when he passed away, you won't get this, you won't get that, you won't get this one, you won't get that. But that's not the reasons that you supposed to get married for. I feel like, to me, it could just be me. Marriage is just it's a piece of paper. Like, if y'all together and y'all locked in and y'all solid,
Mm-hmm.
why do a piece of paper mean, why do you need a piece of paper? That's just me. That's just my particular feelings. Now, my dude, he believes in marriage, but we had never had the conversation before at the beginning, because I didn't know if I was going to be with him. He didn't really know if he was going to be with me. I was still dipping back with my baby daddy. And then I was just, seeing other guys and everything like that. But when we did have the conversation, because he had got me an engagement ring one Christmas or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And but we never went forward with anything, because I just don't care about being married. I mean, is that kind of, do you think that's strange?
What,
Because
what,
I
what?
know that the thing is, oh, every little girl grow, she thinks about being a bride. She want to have a dream wedding. Because, to be honest, if I was to get married, just say if I was to get, I wouldn't want a big lavish wedding. But what I would want is a nice
Honeymoon.
bridal shower and an amazing honeymoon, maybe to Italy or something like that. But I wouldn't want a lavish wedding, because a lot of people have these big lavish weddings just to 3 years later to get divorced.
Mm.
Now, even though I grew up in a two-parent household, my mom and dad was together until my dad passed away a couple years ago from cancer. So
I'm sorry to
it's
hear
not
that.
like I saw something that was not
Positive.
a family, and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I just was thinking, like, is it something wrong with me because I just don't have a desire to be married?
Mm-hmm.
You
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be honest. Me and my sisters and cousins, we were groomed to be wives. And when I say that, that's what our mothers and our aunts groomed us for marriage. Now, what we did
That's
after
the
they groomed
Jehovah
us,
Witness, right?
yes, we were groomed. Definitely, they groomed us because that's what we're supposed. We're supposed to be wives. Yeah, and we're not supposed to be giving ourselves to anybody but our husband. But yeah, like I said, we did the opposite.
Yeah. And I know that's what the Bible say.
Yeah, and yeah, definitely. But however, um, we did some things that it is what it is. But in the long run, I think the next person, like I'm just being honest, like the next person I decide to lay down with, you don't have to marry me. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna keep giving up this good coochie to just anybody. I'm just not. And I know it's good, so I'm just not gonna keep giving it away. You get what I'm saying? Even though I be getting stuff out the deal, I want a husband. So with that being said, I ain't just gonna be giving it to nobody just all willy nilly. Just not
Because
finna
you
do
know what? You will see people that have been together 8 years, right? Say, I've seen people be together 8 years, right?
that.
And then they get married, right?
Mm-hmm.
And 3 years later, they get a divorce. They were together longer in a relationship than they were being married.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And that's the thing, like that I'm scared of that too. But I look at my parents' marriage and My mom and my dad have been married. How old am I? I'm 43. My parents are going on 45 years this year. It'll be their 45th anniversary, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm looking at the fact that I didn't see no outside, no material. What is it called? Extramarital
Extramarital affairs.
affairs between either one of my parents, especially, well, of
Mm-hmm.
course my mom, because she's a witness, so I definitely didn't see that with her. And my dad, I didn't see that. My dad, I seen him take care of the household. My dad used to go to work, bring home the check.
Mm-hmm.
My mama, I seen that thing. I
Mm-hmm.
seen that. My mama did get a job, but it was just so she could have extra money when it came to taking care of her girls.
Mm-hmm.
My mama had, her job was for us to go get our hair done, go get our nails and toes stuff, go shopping. That's what my mama worked for. You
Yeah.
know, because my daddy's checks paid all the bills, did the grocery shopping and stuff, and paid all the car notes. That's what his stuff was for. But my mama's stuff was for us, you know. And then we had our big brothers helping us, giving us what we wanted to. So we were, we were spoiled, you know. However, it's like I seen that, and that's what I desired for my kids. That's what I wanted for my kids, you know. And I hate that I wasn't able to give that to my kids, but you know, it's not too late to still be someone's wife, you know. The training didn't go out the window. Um, so I know I'm definitely capable of being someone's wife, and I just feel like the next person that I do actually fall in love with and get to know on a more personal level and stuff like that. That's the conversations we are like, are we dating to get married, or are we just dating? Because if we're just dating just to date, I'm gonna have to pass on that, because at my life right now, I'm dating to be married. I want to be able to build something with somebody, because that's what we are really are here for. That's what we were put on earth for, to be fruitful and multiply, correct?
Yes. But when you're dating, to me, dating is like dating people and y'all not in a committed relationship. That's
Mm-mm.
what dating is to me.
Mm-hmm.
Like
And I,
once y'all have that talk that y'all gonna be together and not be with nobody else, it's not dating anymore. Y'all together. Y'all in a relationship, right? Or no,
mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm definitely, I think, and I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Want to be, y'all want to be. I do want to be married, because I do want to be married.
Hmm.
Because I do want a husband. You know, I want me a husband. You know, because I like to do. I love when I see couples. Oh, this my husband, or my fiance. I like the way that sounds.
You
Wait, hold on, Terry. What did Terry just ask me? Terry just said.
I'm not even seeing anything move anymore. Let me what?
Terry said, so Alexis, even if it's been a 1 week or 2 weeks after having a love connection, you want the wedding right now, ASAP? No, I'm not saying I want it right now, ASAP. What I'm saying is
She do want to one day be a wife.
I
That's
want
what
to
she's
be a
saying.
wife. Yeah, I want to be. It don't have to be, because it's not going to happen like that. It's just not going to happen like that. However, I do want to be a wife. That's what it is. I do want to be a wife.
Yeah, I
Thank
see what she's
you.
saying. You do want to be a wife. It don't have to be right away,
It
but
don't
you
have to be
do
right away, because we got to know
desire
each other.
to be
We
married.
got to know each other. There's no way in the world I will marry a man after 1 or 2 weeks, and think I'm gonna marry this man and think I'm about to have a good marriage, because baby, it just don't work like that. You don't even know this man.
Well, but see, if it's you like the how it sounds, then tell. Just if you like how it sounds, then just say, "Hey, this my husband."
I don't want it just like that. I want it the right way, baby. Because let me tell you something. Because I already got my wedding picked out. Like for colors, I'm gonna go lavender. He's gonna wear a white suit with the lavender in it. I'm gonna be lavender. My dress is gonna be lavender, because I love lavender. It's gonna be lavender and white. I seen the one I want. My bridesmaids, they're gonna have lavender and a little purple and white. And I got my junior bridesmaids with the like I had already picked out, like y'all, like I'm for real, like I really already have it picked out. I know where I want to go on my honeymoon. Like I'm just saying, I'm ready to get married.
Yeah. See, that's what and see, all I know, I wasn't born when my parents got married, and they got married when my dad was in the military, when he was in the Navy. So you know how those marriages are,
Mm-hmm.
how they go. You know, y'all get married. You know, he'd be a couple people there, whatever. I wasn't born when my parents got married. I mean, I've been to weddings and stuff like that, and I was just wondering, like, is that crazy of me? Because all women is supposed, they usually dream of being married, and I never dreamed of that.
That's
Good
correct,
evening,
Ebony.
everyone.
We got Special K up here.
Hey, Special K.
Hey, Ebony. Hey, Lexus. Hey, Chad. How y'all doing?
And then I'm happy, and I'm like, if it ain't broke, don't fix.
Well, that's why I came, Ebony,
Hmm.
up here. Plus, I'm doing what a wife do. I'm cooking at the same time. Um, I come up here because I wanted to even it out a little bit. You against marriage?
No,
You
I'm
know,
not against it.
no, you said you don't want to be married. But let me tell
Yeah,
you some
I
of the
just
perks.
don't,
Let me hold up.
yeah.
I heard you. I heard everything you said.
Uh-huh.
And all women wasn't groomed to be married. I mean, that's how it's supposed to be. You supposed to, you know, do things in order is what the Bible said. But since we talking outside the Bible, because some of us, put the cart before the horse. We didn't do things the way we supposed to do them or the way our parents anticipated us doing them or whatever. Because I'm one of them. You don't supposed, if you listen to your parents, they don't want you to have sex before you get married. Well, we probably all did something before, but I just wanted to tell you, uh, marriage is actually beautiful if you and two people want the same thing. I mean, if you all not going in the same direction, that's where you miss the connection right there. Because if he wants to be married and you don't, it's not going to work. It may be going good now, but what if down the line he wants to be married? He didn't let you know that he may meet somebody else that wants to be married. Then where that leave you? 8 years or 15 years, however long you said you was married. I mean, y'all been together 15 years.
No,
You
that was a
wasted fit.
joke. That was a
Oh, well. Oh, well, however long you all want, you know, you all been together,
hmm
you didn't wasted those years because he's gonna move on to someone else that he feels like want the same thing that he does and want to build in that direction. And see, then you didn't waste it how many ever years you all were together, and you could have been the love could have been growing and growing and get even better. I mean, once you get married, it doesn't mean that you all stop loving each other. It doesn't mean that you all go, everything starts to crumble. I mean,
But I even though I said I don't really desire to be married. Marriage is not nothing that like, oh, I got to get married, anything like that.
no, no,
I didn't
no.
say I won't get married.
But it's something to think about when you've invested so much time and energy. I'm going to tell you another thing about marriage. It's so easy to have those fights, those arguments, those, oh, put your, the things we did probably when we were younger. Cause I was a hell raiser when I was younger too. When I got mad, I put him on all fours, you know. Um, I look back sometime and get nervous at some of the stuff I used to do, far as going to a woman's house and all. But with time, I grew up. I realized you can't blame him. I mean, you can't blame the woman. You can't blame yourself. You just have to blame it on what it is. It's nothing you not doing. It's nothing you have done. And I'm talking about from other relationships before I was married, because I didn't get married. I was 20. I was getting ready to turn 30. But we had wasted basically 10 years apart with dumb stuff, just dumb stuff. And when we realized that, this is where we want to be and we want to have something and grow and make decisions for one another that, we know we didn't sit down and discuss. Okay. On the Bible even speaks of unforeseen circumstances happening where he may get in a coma. You may get in a car accident or a coma, God forbid. But these are the things that you have to consider. You don't have no rights to him, his medical, unless you're his wife. You don't have no rights at that bank unless he put your name on it. And these are the things I seen my girlfriends had to go through, fight in court to try to get their significant other. They didn't build a home together. Guess who come and get it? Guess who come and get it? The mom and the daddy.
Yeah.
The children don't even, because they in your care. So these are the things you have to sit down and think about. He may have told you, I don't want to be on life support. I don't want no kind of feeding tube. I don't want none of that. You all have discussed that, maybe have discussed it plenty of times. And then when it comes down to that, the doctor not going to turn to you and ask you anyway, because you're not his wife. They're going to turn to his parents. His
And
parents make.
what? And guess what? I would be totally okay with that. Because
Well,
those are
I'm
his
just saying, but
parents.
wouldn't you want to carry out his wishes, not what everybody else want?
But
You are you his person.
but
You his voice.
yeah, but he had those conversations with his parents. And I would want my mom to have those decisions if she was to live longer than me. That's just me.
Another thing, you putting a lot of responsibilities on everybody else. You think a wife don't have that's supposed to be, just there? I mean, where's your duties as a girlfriend? You don't have any. You don't have no responsibilities. And, as a girlfriend, you don't have any responsibilities really. I'm not saying you per se. I'm just saying as a girlfriend, when you look at it, what are you? If everybody else is making decisions and everybody else is doing everything else, what are
No,
you?
no. You saying like if he get in the hospital or
No, if
anything like that.
anything, I'm just saying, what are you?
Well,
What are your
this
duties to
my
him? And
what
what's his to you? That's what I'm saying.
as our decisions right now, we make our own decisions in our household. Nobody make the decisions but us.
Do you have a power of attorney though over
I
him?
don't I don't want to have a power of attorney over
That's
him.
why I'm asking you. What are your duties as his significant other? That's why I'm
What
asking
do you
you.
mean as far as my duties?
You okay. If he got in
Because
an
the
accident,
word duties, could mean a
well,
lot
it
of
maybe it
things.
sound kind of funny saying duties, but Alexa, thank you.
My pleasure. Just doing my job.
Oh Lord, y'all hear Alexa just talking
Everything,
to me? Alexa, she just talking.
every
You
decision that's
Alexa.
made, as far as anything financial, household, my child, his child, we talk about everything and we both make a decision. He don't make a decision without speaking with me. I don't make a decision without speaking with him.
And
As
that's all
far
fine and
as
good. That's
bank
good.
account, as far as money wise, we have a joint account and then we have our separate accounts.
That's
So
good.
so we do everything as if a husband and wife supposed to do. We just not married. And I mean, if he ever like really like put his foot down and pressure me about marriage, um, I would
Would that
marry
be a
him.
deal? Oh, you would?
I would, but yeah, just because I said I don't desire it, that
No,
don't mean I
it's not
won't.
about a desire, sweetie. I'm not saying that. I know you, and it's not in the forefront for a lot of people. Because
But it's not a
I'm
must
against
for me.
it. I have a girlfriend who's never my matter of fact my best friend, best friend. You couldn't ask for a better woman, and she has been with me, we've been friends ever since Sandbox days, and her desire was never to be married. Never. She has 3 children and she raised her children. Her children are doing excellent. And matter of fact, they're my godchildren. But she never wanted a husband. She never wanted a husband, and she would always say, I'm gonna wait till the kids get grown, and when they out and grown, and now all of them are grown and all of them doing what they do. She raised one is X-ray tech and the other one is a doctor, and the other one is a respiratory therapist, everybody in the medical field. But what I'm saying is she never had that desire. She did a good job as a single mother, but she said and don't get me wrong, she had men. She had, boyfriends and stuff, and they used to ask her, but she never did. Well, just out of the blue, the other day when we were talking on the phone, when she FaceTimed me and she was like, guess what? And I was like, well, she said, I thought about it. And I said, what? She said, I've been thinking about it. And that's because she's been dating a guy for, a while now. She said, I'm thinking about moving. And I said, moving where? She said, you wouldn't believe. I said, where? And she said, Michigan. And I said, oh, no. She said, well, it's my sister is in Michigan. So I understood that, but he's retired military and he's in Michigan. So she was saying she was thinking about, them getting married. And I said, wow, really? What made you change your mind? She said, wait till you come home and we'll talk about it. But never, what I'm saying is, you're not the only one. It's a lot of people, you know, don't see that in their future. They didn't seen too much, and I think it comes from that. They seen too much happen with marriages, so it kind of put a disdain on marriage for them. But what I'm saying is, things do happen, but you gotta have that person. You and that person have to have that want the same thing out of life. Your husband is there, when you dating him, he's your person. You get to know him, you get to learn about him, you get to see things. And like you all was saying, and both of you all said it, you don't really know a person until you live with them. That is so true. You really don't. But you do need to have, I seen Lolita put in the chat when I was coming in the house and I was reading the chat. She said, you have to have those hard conversations up front. And you do. You do. Yeah, I mean, it's not one of those skim over type conversation. You got to sit down and you all have to just say, this is what I want, in my life, and I was thinking we need to have these type of conversations. What if let's put this in writing. Let's do this. You don't have to be married, but sit down and talk about it so you won't be caught off guard with anything. You need to hear him actually say it. And I'm not saying you per se. I'm saying women, when we talking to them, we usually think like that. We usually thinking like, you know, I like him and this, that, and the third. You need to sit down and say, okay, where are we? And where do we plan on going together? Are you planning on, just seeing how it go? Because men, you have to kind of like just be straight up and ask them. Otherwise, guess what they gonna do? It's in their head. If it's just like I gave a point once before, and let us know I give her this example all the time. Don't never tell a man We just friends. If you interested in him, we just friends. We not just friends. We sleep together. And if I see him with somebody else, I'm gonna feel some type of way. Yeah, we ain't just friends because I don't sleep with my friends. So you never put a label on a man like that because then you see him with somebody else, he gonna say, "Well, I don't know what you acting a fool for because we just friends. Me and you ain't like that." And that's how they think. So they be looking crazy, like, why you all upset? Well, you did it to yourself. You teach a man how to treat you coming in the door. That's all I'm saying. You have to come in the door and you have to say, this is what I want and this is how I want it. You ain't gotta say I want to be married and have about 2 children in 2 years, or something like that. No, but you have to teach them how to treat you. It's just like we was telling that guy yesterday that it didn't sink in. It's probably gonna ever sink in because he got mommy issues. And I wanted to say, Lexus, you did a wonderful job on that. You called it. It was spot on. I mean, because throughout the conversation, and not changing the subject, but throughout the conversation, you could actually see that was what it was,
It was
and
a
you
yeah, you can
you
definitely.
called that one. You called that one, and it was it's mommy issues, and I think his mom is like a strong woman that
Definitely.
he don't like those type of women.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
And then also with that being said, that's a top behavior. His daddy taught him this kind of behavior. See, his mom,
Yeah.
what I see, his mom might be that strong black woman. So his daddy had to go get him the weaker woman that he can
Hmm.
control. Because if you
Exactly.
think about it, he said he wants someone he can mold, a younger woman he can mold. But what he don't know, the millennium kids we got right now,
He can't mold him.
he can't
Mm-mm.
mold them. Them kids about that life.
I mean, and Krisha was trying to explain that to him, when she was saying, you're
He
not
went
gonna
right
get
over
the
his head.
you're not gonna get the woman that you talking about because nowadays women coming out the womb already established. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They already have good jobs. They already have bought their homes and stuff. It's gonna be real hard for you to find somebody unless you go hella low, far as in age, you knocking the radar pedal, to get somebody fresh out of probably in freshman in college or something, because she hadn't finished her education. And sound like to me you wouldn't be supportive in her finishing her education because you feel like um you'll lose control by her. You want to dummy her down. You don't want her to grow. So that would be out. So I don't understand what type of woman he's looking for. I guess the old fool because he not finna get a new one because these new ones not finna take that. There is no control with them. They do the controlling. But back to you, Ebony. Sorry, I wasn't coming up here to pick you apart, baby. I just want to tell you
Oh,
this.
I'm not
It's a
worried about you
beautiful.
picking me apart.
I didn't want you to take it that way, and I don't want nobody else down there think that,
Yeah.
But I just wanted to even it out. Marriage is beautiful. It's something that you really want to work because you want to just work at it. You gotta work at it every day.
Special K, I don't want you to think that I don't think marriage is beautiful. My parents was married, like I said, before I was even born. So I didn't see their wedding, but they were together up until my dad passed away a couple years ago. I have a lot of
Oh,
family members. I have a lot of friends that are married. It's just that I, it, to me, being married to me, it's not something that's a must.
that's
If I
true.
put it like, it's not like, oh, if I don't get married to somebody, then I'm not gonna be with them. That's just my feelings. Like, what am I saying that I would never get married? No, but that's not something that
But it
I
could
gotta
happen, is
have.
what you saying. It's on if it happened, it happened. It's not like
Yeah,
you just sitting and waiting to be
yeah,
just married. I get it. I
yeah.
get
It's
it.
not
And
something that I gotta have. Oh, I gotta get married. I gotta get married. I gotta get married. It's not. If I get married, I do. If I don't, I
yeah,
don't. And if it came to that point where he actually, you know, because we had the conversation before. Because I told you he proposed to me, gave me an engagement ring a couple Christmas ago, and
Mm-hmm.
that's it. It haven't went nowhere since then because everybody asked me, "Oh, when are you gonna get married? When are you gonna get married?" They asking me because they know that I'm just not ready yet. Like, but if he actually starts saying, okay, like, you know, hey, we got to do this, yada yada yada, and put his foot down,
He want to lock
then
it down and cuff you down, huh?
yeah,
You fine with that. That's I understand. I understand perfectly. I understand that. And that's good that you know it's not you're not pressed for it,
yeah,
because sometimes when you press the issue, that's when they go wrong, because he feel like you putting pressure on him, you know.
yeah,
And I get that, and I like that. I like that, because a lot of women not like that. You know who you are. You know what you want, and it's not a big thing to be, Mrs. Whoever. You understand what I'm saying? If it happened, it happened.
yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. What you
But I
say?
know
What?
he wants to get married because he told me. Now, did we have this conversation at the beginning of us courting? No, because like I said, I didn't know if I wanted to really be with him, and I don't know if he knew if he really wanted to be with me. I was still dating other people at the same time, and when I decided that he's the one that I wanted to be with, that's when I stopped dating other people. We decided to move in together and things of that nature. And so then I didn't know he was going to give me an engagement ring. So when he gave me the engagement ring, I was like, oh, okay. You know, and then maybe a year after that or two, people start asking us, like, when y'all gonna get married? When y'all gonna get married? And he asked me, he's like, you don't want to get married, dude. You don't want to marry me? And it's not that, it's just not like I'm pressed to get married. Like, I don't have to be nobody's wife to feel complete or validated, or just to use the title of I'm his husband. And some people looking at it, oh, you're not gonna get this, you're not gonna get his picture, you're not gonna get that. Like, I
But that's
don't
what that
care
question that
nothing about that.
Joanne just said. That's what Joanne just asked. She said, "What's more important, the commitment or the legal contract?" Well, to be
Yeah,
in my situation, Joanne, it's actually the commitment.
I was just gonna
yeah,
say
It's
it's a commitment for
it's
me.
the commitment for
yeah,
me,
because I don't
because
care
if
about,
my husband didn't have a dime to his name, and when I was
yeah,
dating him at some point, because like I said, we were in college together, and it's times he didn't have a dime to his name, but I still saw the man that he is today, that's still a good man. So, it's about you growing together, and that commitment is what makes you grow. So I'm that's it's the commitment for me. He was committed, and I'm committed to us growing together and having each other. Not necessarily material things, but we have each other. And like I said before, I've always respected him, and he's always respected me. So, because I think that's before love can even come into play. You need to learn a person and respect them before you can actually love them. Because how can you love somebody that disrespects you or don't care nothing about what they do to you to cause harm? So that's a deal breaker for me. I'm big on respect. And it's not because I'm his wife that I'm like that, period. I think you can't love somebody without respecting them.
I'm with Joanne. The commitment, that's what I'm more. So, it's more so for me rather than the legal contract.
And that's true. Some people feel that way. But like I said, I'm big on the commitment, and the reason why we're married is because both of us are big on the commitment, and we wanted to put it into a contract. So, and that's where the marriage came in. Because he didn't have his parents are both deceased. So We wanted this to be what it is, legally. This is his family. My family is his family as well. Who is that? Alexis, he said when
I
they
don't know,
said
but let me go ahead and get you. Let me go ahead and get you
What
real
happened?
quick.
What they say?
A plus computer sales and repair. Let me tell you something, you geek.
What they say?
You said when they said they like street dudes. On top of that, they went on to say street dudes can be good family dudes. You should walk away from these so-called women. First of all, it's not I'm so-called,
Who
baby.
said
I am a
that?
woman.
They like street dudes.
A plus computer sales and repair. Okay, so let me tell you something. I can see now that you're not a street dude because of your name. However, we are entitled to feel the way we want to feel and like what we like. And who's to say a street dude cannot be a family dude? I know some street dudes.
mine is.
Thank you. We know some dudes that are street dudes that are actually good husbands now.
First of all,
It
you
can
know what?
happen.
He I think he may have a different definition than us. What do you consider a street
Classified street
dude?
dude. Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
What do
because
you
what's your
consider one?
definition and what's someone else's definition of
Matter
a
of fact, I'm
street
gonna let him
dude
drop. I'm gonna
might be
drop this link
different.
for him because
Because a street dude, I mean, what are you saying? Doing illegal things, or just someone who's wise
he
in the
said it.
street?
I said
So
I like
you
me a
you,
street dude, and I said I like me a hood dude. And when I say hood, it's
I
someone
like
that
that
really
too.
actually is someone that actually comes from the hood because they have a different upbringing than myself. We can both teach each other something. You get
That's
what I'm
true.
saying?
That's right.
I've
That's
been
right.
sheltered all my
Nobody said
life.
they wanted a drug dealer or a killer.
And that's why I was just to say, what do you classify a plus
A
computer as
street
a?
dude.
I love I like a strong man. I'm gonna just put it like that. I come from a very sheltered family where, this is what you're supposed to do. This is how we were protected from the streets. And I married the complete opposite. I married my street dude. And when I tell you he's the best husband you probably could ever get from the streets, far as that, he know how to make it. He know how to get out there. He got to hustle out this world. His drive is everything. He pushed me to be better. He makes me want to go hard and have something with him. I mean, it's not necessarily illegal. He's very
You
smart
should have
too
told
in
him
his
to catch
book.
the link, Lexus, and come up here and tell us
I did. I
what
said I put the link. I put the link in there.
so he
I put
can.
the link in
Is
there
it a
because I
guy?
think this person is from yesterday. I think it's somebody from yesterday. I'm gonna be honest, and the thing about it is,
I
it's
think so,
interesting.
Joanne.
I think it's interesting to hear what they got to say because their views on a lot of stuff is totally different
Yes, yes.
than
Because
ours.
I would like to know the definition of a street dude because we might have two definitions. Boo.
Different. And because I know street guys that's straight up feds and detectives and policemen now, and they come
Mm-hmm.
from the street. They was about that life, but they make
Mm-hmm.
the
Mm-hmm.
best when it comes to law enforcement, and people
Hmm.
respect them for that. And it's funny how people, you think two things can't be in one. Yes, it can. You can have a lot of knowledge of the street and not be, out there doing something illegal, but you know about it. You know how it goes. You know the game.
Mm-hmm. Or did they just come in to put their beliefs in here? And are you just watching our stuff? That's the thing where you judge when we say what we like. It's okay for us to have a preference. However, I see my preference is not getting me anywhere, so it's time for me to switch the game up.
There you go. Try something different.
I have to try something different. So now
Yes,
I
true.
want me someone that gets up and go to work every day. Don't think about a street. I want someone who think um it's his responsibility, not even say his responsibility, but if we're in a relationship, I shouldn't want for anything because it's his job to make sure I have everything and my kids have everything and his kids have everything we need to survive on an everyday basis.
That's right.
It's his duty
That's
to
so
make sure
right.
we're comfortable.
That's right.
And if he's lacking in anything, I'm there to be his backbone.
Nobody, I think they got, you know, they thinking, and don't get me wrong when I say this, the arrogance, they got too much arrogance. Just because you have what you call knowledge of education, you feel like you putting the street dude down because you feel like he doesn't have education. Because there's a lot of street
But
men
dudes that
who
are smart.
had have I mean, they are well rounded because they have street education plus they have college educations and good jobs, and they white collar. So what do you? I don't understand what you just
Well,
you know.
maybe I should change. We should change our wording. We want somebody that's street smart also.
There
Yeah,
you go.
that's
There you go.
streetwise.
That's it. You know, you can have knowledge of the streets without being in the
Yeah,
street, or
yeah,
Cause
you
I
could
don't
have
want nobody
experiences.
that's green and don't know nothing.
definitely.
Okay,
Okay,
thank
I
you,
want somebody
Ebony.
that's street smart and has knowledge also.
Yes, I want a I wanted,
Well-rounded man.
there you
Mhm.
go. I wanted a well-rounded man, and that's what I got. I'm proud of myself, and I'm not just saying that tooting his horn, but yes, you want somebody that's sensitive. At the same time, now he don't mind, jacking somebody for you at the same time or protecting his,
Definitely. That's what I'm saying. When we say street, that's what we talking about. We want someone that
a
to tell us
protector.
yes, they don't have a problem with telling us no, but that no, they still giving us yes, but they not
Yeah.
scared to use that no.
And
Yes.
they
I
can
want somebody
adapt.
with a backbone. I want somebody with
There
a
you go.
backbone.
I don't want no man that just gonna lay down every time I say I want what I want. You know, he can't never, he's saying, oh well, he can't never tell me no. No, I want somebody that's gonna push back and teach me this is why I said no. And this is why I feel like it need to be like this. And you know what? I listen. Because if
Mhm.
it was up to me, I'd be out there and I would be, doing everything I'm big enough to do, and we wouldn't have what we have because of me. Not because of him, because he sits back and he listens. He listens, and like I said, that's what is most important in a marriage is when you listen to each other, and you can talk to each other without yelling, screaming, hollering, and whatever. You can, if he say no, but he'll tell me this is why I'm saying no. He'll
Mhm.
explain it, and I'm good. Then I'm good because that's how you supposed to do. But I don't want nobody that's dogmatic and feel like, well, I'm the man. I'm gonna get what I want. I'm gonna do what I want anyway. Or I brought
I
this.
don't want nobody
I
to be
brought a truck.
every day.
I brought this truck home. And you ain't asked me nothing about it. Whatever. I don't want a controller. I like what I got, and I got a man well rounded. He about his business, but he's also about that life too. If you come up on him, he gonna protect himself and he gonna protect me. He gonna go out there and he gonna do what he ought to do. He's a hustler for his when it come down to his grind. He hustles. He makes sure you don't have to go to nobody and ask nobody for nothing. You got me and I got you, and you gonna always have long as I'm living. You know, so that's what we mean by that. Every woman wants that type of man, well rounded, and don't mind getting up and putting on a suit, going to church if you ask him to.
Amen.
I like that.
So A plus computer sales and repair. You got what we were saying? Because that's all we were saying. Now, do I want a man to control me? Hell no. I don't
No,
want to control me. I don't want to be in no dictatorship relationship. I don't want that. I want my mind to be my mind, and for him to respect my mind. Hey, Sonya, I want him to be able to respect my mind and what I bring to the table. Don't be dismissive of me and my feelings and my knowledge because I'm not a man.
right. That's
Because
right.
that's what I had gathered from him. He he feels like a woman should listen to him because he's the man. He feels like he knows what's best. And a lot of men feel like that too. I noticed that they do that because of what happened between Adam and Eve. But what I'm saying is Adam, even if he didn't have to take that fruit, right?
And
He decided to
that's
take
exactly right.
he decided
He had
because
a choice. He had a choice.
he had a choice. He decided because that's his woman, and she came and told him whoop de whoop. It wasn't even about what she told him. It was because it was his woman. So he took her word over God's word. Because had Adam not, guess what? Had Adam not took that fruit, ate from that fruit, Eve would have been destroyed, and God would have made him another woman.
There you go. And see those type of conversations, sir. That's what we're talking about with a well-rounded man, someone you can sit down and you can talk to about stuff like that. And they have questions or pushback or whatever. Y'all can discuss it and just dialogue. That's what you call a real man, not you just listen to what I say and how I say it.
And that's
That is
how
that's
definitely, because
what
that's
he
how
was.
he was yesterday. You gonna listen to
Hmm.
what I say. Y'all not like I had to literally mute him every time because people were trying to say something. He's like, no, I'm gonna ask my question. No, you're gonna answer the question first, because now you're really pissing me off because they're asking you questions and yet and still you're not answering, or you going around in circles, and then you want to ask your question and want us to answer them for you. Like that's what I mean. He was demeaning to me. Lux Pearl said, I think men who do that are those who covers everything financially, etc., etc., and the woman that they are with doesn't contribute to the union. That is the setup of controlling situations. Definitely.
Thank you, Lux Pearl.
Hey, Queen Fee.
Hey, sis, how you doing?
Yeah, that's the projection I got from him. He really he wanted to control. He kept saying submitting control.
He was taking the word submissive out of context, is what I
Yes,
got from him.
and control to it. He said it's not the same
Yes,
thing, but yet you're using it in the same sense. So how does that work? You lost a lot of people by saying that word control.
Hmm.
Let me
I
see.
Yeah, because
agree.
they're not the same, and that's what Creature was trying to get him to understand. They're
Mhm.
not the same. And
Yeah.
he was trying to make those two words be the same, but if you look at the definition of them, they are totally two different words and two different meanings. So that's where he lost a lot of people, because he couldn't get it through his head. And those men like that, they didn't had issues. They have mommy issues too, and but they also have women issues. That you notice
Mm.
something he said, he can't keep a woman. That's
I
all stuck in
noticed
my
that.
head.
And he said he
You
can't
can't keep a
please
woman.
that woman. And if you listen to him yesterday, he said he couldn't please her either because he said, I said, how many complaints have you had? And he said about the same amount of women he has had. Hey, Troy.
Hey,
And I was like, so there's the problem. You want all this control and you don't even know how to satisfy your woman in the bedroom.
that's right, Lux. And you know what? And I'm so glad Troy is in here, because me and Troy, we spent,
He don't
about
know how to
12 hours.
satisfy his woman.
No,
No.
he couldn't satisfy his woman, and he can't keep a woman. And see, when
He
men
said
think,
that.
yes, because
Yes, he told us.
because we asked him, what I said, how many long-term relationships you've been in? He said one. You're 47 years old and you only been in one. Then you said the longest it was 7 years. How in the world
Did she
you
put up with him for some years is my
how
question.
did she put up with you? Because he was like, we just couldn't make it. Basically, he was putting all the blame on
For
her,
her.
on her. But he would never tell exactly what time. We just didn't make it. We just didn't make it. Well, that tells me, and a lot of pretty much the whole entire chat, men and women, we all intelligent enough to know that means you couldn't
Well,
control her.
He wanted a ball and chain. He wanted a
Yes,
ball.
he
mhm.
wants to be the one. He said barefoot and pregnant. Okay, I was
Yep,
offended
I
because
get it now. You want somebody barefooted and
you
pregnant.
want
He was
pregnant.
like,
That's
yes,
it.
why wouldn't I?
He said, why wouldn't he? I mean, you just insulted everybody, because that is not how marriage goes. And the reason why I said just now, I'm glad Troy came in here, because me and Troy had a conversation. And I love a man that can have a conversation about marriage, relationships, and stuff like that, and hold accountability for their part in their relationship. Whatever they did wrong, they not oblivious to hearing how they could do better. And that right
Mhm.
there, I respect men more that sit there and say, you know what, you know what, I get it now. Because it is a disconnect for them. You know, if they really want to learn how to treat a woman, they don't mind listening to advice. But you got 25 people telling you the same thing. None of them, all of us come from different walks of life, but we were all saying the same message. And he still rebuttal and didn't get it. That is the disconnect. That's the disconnect for
Mhm.
you. It's on you because you got 25. I'm just using it because it was over 200 and some people in this chat.
What's up,
But
D Ham?
we sitting here telling you what you're doing wrong, and everybody's not saying the same. Everybody's saying the same thing. Even Sabrina made a good point. She said, "I'm with the submissive." Okay, yes, submissive is you do submissive, like Lux Pearl said, it's natural. When you love someone,
I am too.
I'm very submissive, but it comes naturally. It doesn't come from him controlling the
Mm-hmm.
situation. And
Mhm.
it's nothing. You gonna be submissive if your man is treating you right, giving you what you need as a woman. And I'm saying fulfill, not just sexually. I'm saying sexually, financially, mentally, emotionally. He's doing all that. He's
He's
checking
that dude.
he's that dude. That's your dude there. And if you gonna want to make him smile, you gonna want to do for him. You gonna want to make him feel the same way he make you
Mm-hmm.
Make you
feel.
feel
And
that
so it's not no control in it. It's you all giving each other what you need from each other. And that's how it's supposed to be. But he didn't get that. He did not get it. And I was like, he is really disrespectful at this point because he's
yes,
trying not to get it. And
he
and
and he got it. He definitely got it, but
that's
it
right,
wasn't
look for
fitting.
teamwork.
It wasn't fitting his narrative for him, so he could not give us what we were asking for. Even though he caught everything that we were saying, everything that was said on that board, he knew what we were saying. He understood,
That's right.
but
And
it
that's
didn't
why he
go in
don't
alignment
want
with
black
what he's
women.
been taught. Hey, Rosalind, it doesn't go into alignment with what he was taught. So with that being,
That's right.
he wasn't open to hear it.
And I
And
told
And
Lexus,
that's
I was
why
so
he don't
proud of
like
her.
black
I
women,
was
I
so
believe.
proud of her. She hit it. And when she hit it, it was like everybody else, the light bulb just went off. And it was right. We was like, okay, now we know what we're working with. So once we worked past that point, it was like, you just don't like black women, period. You don't like
mhm,
strong women,
yep,
period. You
that's
don't
what
want a
it is.
woman to have
Mm-hmm.
a brain. She's only
Nope.
good for one thing: cooking, cleaning, and having babies. That's
And see
basically what he said.
with a black woman, I mean, it's tough to, I mean, it's realistic to say most black women are independent, strong black women because that's what we
Mm-hmm.
were taught to be. We had no other choice. When they took the dynamic of the family out the homes after the great leaders have been killed, like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, and all that, and a lot of us kids that's in the now it's up to the 80s. A lot of us, majority of the 80s,
Right there.
we did grow up in two-parent homes. Most of us a lot of us grew up in two-parent homes. But in the mid 80s and stuff, a lot of them were coming from broken homes. And that's what a lot of kids are growing up to. So guess what? Those single moms have to teach these kids not only how to be boys, how to be women. They
A
have to
man
learn
too.
that. Like, yeah, so we are teaching and then especially we're teaching our daughters we're teaching them how to be independent, not to have to depend on a man. So if a man
Mm-hmm.
come into our life, it's not what you can do. It's not
It's a
trying to
plus, just
take
like
from
it
you.
is for
It's
them.
a plus.
Mm-hmm.
It's
It's
a
a
plus
plus.
from you.
It's a plus if you get a wife
Without the
that want
makeup,
to go to
without
work or already has that mindset. Hey, we working. Let's put our minds together, and we can have more if we come together on this. That's a
yes,
plus. But to
yes.
he was like he's the type of man.
He's
He
not
it's
looking
not
for a
he's
plus.
not looking for that. He's just looking for someone that he can control. We'll have a child, but
And
that
that's what
child
I
gonna run away.
said. Yeah, I told him, I said, first of all, you want to control something. I said, baby, I'm not in my parents' home. My daddy and my mama already raised me. You can't, a man like you can't raise me again because I know what I'm worth. I
He
know what
doesn't respect women. He
I'm at
doesn't respect
all.
women at
She
all. And
looking
even
for a
cheese,
mama.
cheese, cheese. No, he ain't even looking for a mama. He looking for something he can control. Even
Yeah.
Cheese was trying
So
to tell him,
basically, a
Cheese,
woman that do stuff that his mother would do.
no,
Cook,
No, he don't want
clean,
to do
no.
pacify him.
He don't want
He
nobody
wants
to do anything.
control. He don't want the mama
He
because
don't want the mama.
he hates the mama.
Yeah, the mama didn't raise him. She had visitation. He don't like the mama.
Yes, he wants a woman. And you know what, Fee, you right, and we all know why too. But but he's that type. What Fee had, he
Hmm.
wants someone he can control. That's why last night Fee left
Sure,
because he was triggering her
triggered her.
because of
He
the things
triggered
he
her.
was saying, and I understood. I understood her fully when she explained it to me and told me that it was triggering for her or whatever. And I'm not saying telling our conversation, but I got it, and I got it, and I told her, I said, I understand perfectly. And don't never be afraid to say, hey, I can't do this, and walk away, because that's a strong woman. You walked away, and you walked away with those children, and look what you taught your children. You don't have to stay. You teaching your child to stay in a bad abusive relationship when you stay. And when you stay there and take all of that degrading talk, because he's the type, he talks down to women. So
Hmm.
you just think a child hear him saying all those things he's saying, that child gonna think it's okay to talk to people like that. And no, I would never want to teach my child to actually have, to talk to people like that. And sometimes women, they don't realize, when you stand just because I just love this man and this man ain't worth the bottom of your shoe, it messes up your child. It messes with your mental too. So
Very
I
much
commend
so.
any woman that walk away from an abusive relationship, whether it's verbal, mentally, uh, abusive relationship, any type, mentally, physically, emotionally. You don't need that. Walk away. That shows me you're strong and you know who you are and you good at it. And that's what we need to do as women. Take the time to get to know ourselves and be okay. Be
Hey,
okay with
him.
be
Hello, hello,
okay
everybody.
until you find that D Ham. Hey D
Hey,
Ham.
hey,
What's up,
beautiful. Hey, Miss
Sam?
Special K. Hey, how y'all doing?
All
Now,
right, what are you doing, Unc?
I wanna tap in real quick. Um,
Yeah.
First of all, I think that y'all 100% correct about game changer, but I also believe that there was a lot of aggression, like um, with our women, and it's not negative. It's like
Hey,
maybe there was a disconnect. It's a complete disconnect. Now, when it comes down to a submissive woman, right?
mm-hmm.
Really, what that relates to is pretty much, how do you respect your relationship?
Boom.
How do you respect your man? I don't think
That's it.
it's really based on you uh, giving up your power or your control. I think it's based on if there's respect, because that's mainly what the man requires. Now it's like this.
It
If
is both
in
ways.
order
Way.
hear me out, Special K. In in order to get certain, let's just say certain toys to work, it may take a D battery, right? That's what it requires. Um, the woman may require triple A's. You understand what I'm saying? That's what it requires. So a man's is his expectation is respect. Now, if that man is already understanding, hey, I'm gonna get respect in this. His job is also to show you that in return, not just in return, but automatically.
Exactly.
So So women should get respected and loved by the man. You understand? But I just think that oftentimes we can find a disconnect because women feel like, what are you bringing to the table? Oh, I ain't got to do this. Oh, I ain't got to do that. Oh, you got to show me why I got to respect you. Like it becomes that. I think it should be an automatic.
It
It's
is
almost like
automatic. It is.
if you go and to, let's just say you go on a cruise or whatever.
Water bill. I'll be
The
right back, y'all.
the servitude on a cruise ship is so, it's they're catering to you. They're making sure that you're relaxed. They're making sure you're enjoying your trip. You ain't got to go out and do all of the extras and get your own linen
All the
and get
good
your own.
amenities.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you're getting pampered, right? So it's an automatic. It comes with the fact that this is where you chose to be on vacation. So what I'm saying is, when people are using the word submissive or submitting, it's not something that should be discussed in a way where someone has to present this. It's already got to be within. So it's just like if you're vetting for your husband, right? A Special K.
Hmm.
You looking for the qualities in him that you already think should be there. Not that you gotta create and
Yep.
help him grow to. Am I
He
right?
came with them. Hmm. He
Okay.
came with them.
Okay. That's what I'm saying. Now you can work with that. So
Hmm.
if a woman is really aggressive to the point where it's negative aggression, that would turn off any man. And I just feel like there was a disconnect based on the conversation, and a game changer was
But you,
definitely disrespectful. But
you
go
know
ahead.
what, D Ham, not cutting you off. Everybody said that. It just said it in different ways, in different,
Yeah.
probably, different ways. Everybody said all of that. Everybody broke it down to the lowest, compound to get him to understand. And all the things, all we're saying is control and submitting. Yes, that is natural. That is natural. If you and the man, if you have respect for your man, you gonna be submissive. That's just the bottom line. You gonna, that all that comes with it, the
Right.
love, all that comes with it. You gonna want to make him smile. You gonna want you look for him to make him happy. You want to make him happy, but you got to give that woman that same, put forth the effort to do the things for her as well, to make her want to do those things. That's what we were saying to him. We were trying to get him to understand you got to pour into her too, just as well as she poured into you. That's the only way you all gonna grow. And he said no, he don't have to.
Okay.
So he
Yeah.
wasn't trying. It wasn't no disconnect, because when I tell you, we had several people get up here and break everything down to the last molecule for him, and he still wasn't budging. He is a big Kevin Samuels um, fan. He
Right.
loves Kevin Samuels, and we all know, if you know Kevin Samuels when he was living, he was the a-hole. He just
I actually liked it, Kevin Samuel.
Kevin
Even though I
Samuels.
didn't agree with a lot
You
of
know
stuff
what?
he said,
He just
Who
old.
up
I
here?
couldn't stand that man.
Is that
I
Kevin
couldn't
Ebony?
even.
Samuel said a lot of stuff
He
that
said a lot of
people
stuff, but
wasn't
he took
that
out of context too.
yeah, but he said a lot of stuff that was the truth,
Well,
okay, and
yeah.
that were facts, and but it was a lot of stuff that I didn't agree with him on also, because he's right when he said, like, women always say, I want a high value man, I want a high value man, I want this that and the other, but then the woman, what is she bringing to the
But
table?
how many percentage it is? Because yesterday, old boy was working off the
I'm
percentile.
not talking about the guy from
But what I'm saying,
yesterday.
that he related that to Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels, he said the same thing, Ebony. And when he said that, how many percentile is that? Because there's a lot of women that's not the bonnet wearing outside and ain't doing nothing, not going to work type women.
I know that, but I'm
So
saying,
that's what I'm saying. So how is that good?
I'm going strictly off of me being I was a Kevin Samuels fan. Although I didn't like some things that he said, a lot of stuff
Hmm.
I did. So it was kind of like a 60-40 type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
I
he
was
was
thinking, hello,
women seek out. Can y'all hear me?
you
Yeah,
were
we can
going
hear you
in and
now.
out.
Can
We
y'all
can
hear
hear you
me?
now. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my phone had went out. Dark. Women do always seek out high value men, and some women. I'm not saying all. Some women that seek out these men, they don't have anything to bring to the table. They always say, "I want the man to have this, that, and the other." But what do you bring to the table? Because I think that if you're looking for a high value man, you should have something to bring to the table too.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well. Nowadays, what? Well, I don't want to go there, y'all, because I ain't trying to get beat up in the chat. But but
Okay, but you
I
know
think,
what? You know
yeah.
what,
Go ahead.
D Ham, before you
Go
say
ahead.
that, Ebony,
Go ahead.
let me hit you back with that. Because it's not always material things. It's not always material things because
I
a
never
lot.
said it was
Let
material.
me finish. Let me finish. I'll let you finish. I want to hear where you was going. And you said that he said that women seek out a high value man, right? You said
Hmm.
that's what Kevin said, and they're not bringing nothing to the table. So what? Okay, what do you consider high value?
You asking me what do I consider high value,
No, I'm
or
saying
what do
what did
Kevin
he
Samuels consider
what is he?
high
But
value?
Kevin Samuels was pretty much, this is what it was, appearance, you know, a certain style, a certain woman, certain education, certain things that's
Certain
really not
tax
important in a
bracket.
relationship, because he said he wanted a woman, she had to be this way, she had to be that way, she had high value is superficial sometimes, because a woman could be dumb as a box of rocks. So let me be clear. It's back in the day when our grandparents and stuff was coming up, and a lot of them didn't finish school, right? They didn't finish school. They went to the fourth grade or fifth grade or whatever. But did that take away from the fact that our grandmothers loved that man when he went in the army to make a better life for their family? She knew he didn't have no education. He probably couldn't even write his name in boxcar letters. But guess what? He was high value to her because he was a strong man. That is what I call value, accepting a person for who they are. That's high value to me. Accepting them
You
for who
you
they
you
are.
for accepting people for who they are. That's your definition of high
No,
value.
yes, because you don't look at superficial things.
I know, but you said accepting for a
When I
man for
say,
who
he
they
said,
are.
Kevin Samuels gave that same speech. As a matter of fact, I was sitting in the audience when he gave it one day, and I would like to throw up, because he was saying that these things that black men want, they want these black women. He put black women down so far to the ground, till you probably would change your mind if he was still living. But God did us a favor. Okay, I'm gonna just be honest. That's how I feel about Kevin, saying he did us a favor, because
Lord
he
have mercy.
because
I don't think you know what.
he he, he did us a
Special
big
K,
one.
Special K. Like I'm gonna have to disagree with you on that because you just said God did us a favor.
Well,
So
Satan did us
basically,
one, either one. But I'm saying Satan.
based on his opinions, you think God did us a favor?
But what I'm saying, Ebony, did you ever have a conversation with Kevin Samuels?
It
To,
doesn't matter if I had a
but
conversation with
what
him
I'm
or
saying
not.
is, no,
It's
I
still
asked
his
you, what is high
opinion.
value? What
That
is
don't
high
mean that
value?
God did us a favor by taking him out of here because of what his perspective on life is. No one deserves to die because of their opinion.
Okay, take it down,
We
Ebony.
can
I
say he was a
apologize.
racist, he was a killer, but that was really harsh to say that
Didn't
God
I
did
say
us
I
a
apologize,
favor.
Ebony? Okay, beat me up.
No,
I
I'm
said
not.
I
I'm just
apologize if
saying
that offended you.
there was
But when
there
I
was
asked you, you still give me that same energy, will answer the question. I asked you, what do you call high value?
and I asked you. I said, are you talking about what I consider high
What
value,
made you
or
like
what
what he
do?
said about that? You said you
No,
agree.
no, no,
So did
no.
you know what the meaning was? What he was
I
saying?
listen. What do you mean? Do I know
I
the?
was,
Did I know
or
the
I really
meaning?
was.
What I said was I was a fan of Kevin Samuels. I said I agreed with some of the things that he said, and I disagreed with some of the things that he didn't say. I said it was a 60-40, meaning 60% of the stuff I didn't agree with, 40% I did. And I said that he was right when he said that women go out looking for high valued men. They be wanting this, that, and the third, and but they don't bring nothing to the table. And when I say that, from what Kevin Samuel's perspective was, what I got from that, women want a man that is in a certain tax bracket. Women want men that don't have any kids, but they can maybe have two, three kids or two, three baby daddies. Women want men um that drives good cars and have six-figure jobs and things like that. And they probably don't have those same qualities.
Well, you know what? I'm finna blow your wig back if you got one on, baby. That part, when you break it down, yes, I agree with that. But what I'm saying is that could go both ways because a woman could look for, yes, she has the right to want a high valued man if she feels like her moral and her standards are, pretty much high. But what I'm saying is it's all in what you call, you know, value. Because some people don't look at cars and material things as high value. They don't look at it like that. They look at what that person, when I say bring something to the table, I can bring something to the table. I can bring me. I can bring my worth. I can bring your support. I can bring all the things you need emotionally, physically, sexually.
Okay.
That's that's what I look at as high value.
Physically
It's
and
about,
sexually.
I didn't just say that. I said mentally, physically, emotionally, sexually. I can check every box. So I consider myself a high valued woman. And no man gonna sit here and tell me to base it off he gonna base how he comes to me and want in me. He want me to bring to the table a nice car, a nice home as well.
Well,
And
I'll tell
he
you what
can't check
I
all those
consider.
boxes.
So
Mhm.
now I'll tell you what I consider a high value man. I consider a high value man a man that believes in God, a
I said
man
that
that
too.
knows, a man that
Spiritually.
knows who he is as a man, a man that even if he don't have a lot, he have a dream and he have a grind and he have a hustle about himself. That's what I consider a high value man. I consider a high value man a family man, a man that respects women, a man that loves on his family, and a man that loves his kids if he have any. That's what I consider a high value man.
Okay, and you're right. And all the things that you said basically is what I said. I just put them into separate
Yeah, I
categories.
was just saying what Kevin
But what I'm
Samuels was
saying, you
thinking.
are saying exactly right. But
Yeah,
but I'm finna tell you, Kevin Samuels didn't look at it like that. He did not.
I
He
know.
talked.
That's what I said. He was
60
thinking
40.
about.
He didn't believe in none of that. He
Mm-mm.
believed in sitting there and he talked as if and I'm gonna come back around to you, D Ham, because you kind of like game changer there. And I'm looking
No,
at
no,
you.
no, 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 no,
I
no. I
need
see DT in the chat. He clowning on me because
but
I don't do me special K. I don't do it.
because
Hey,
this is what you know what I agree with Ebony. Me and Ebony, we may go around the bush a time or two but we always come back to the same place, because
Mm-hmm.
I agree with her. And it's no offense, Ebony, if it sound like it, please don't take it that way, sweetie. That's the way I talk.
No,
Don't
we're
sound like that.
having good
But
conversation.
no, to me, Kevin Samuels was the ultimate a-hole of a man. And I have no love. I had none because of the way he used to degrade us as
Mhm.
Black women instead of
Mhm.
supporting
He
us.
did.
And he didn't have nothing himself to really even call for him to even think that he was high value. And I'm just being honest. He was just arrogant for no reason. He didn't
Mhm.
check every box. He didn't check every box for any woman, or whatever. And usually when you find men like that, usually when you find men who talk and degrade women like that, usually that's because they can't get a woman and they can't keep a woman and they don't have the respect that we was just talking about earlier about you have to respect that person. And like D Ham said, you have to respect, you have to respect the man, show the man respect, but the man has to also show the woman respect too, to make her want to be submissive and to make her want to do things for him and make him feel like a man. Yes, we all know how we have to rub y'all head sometimes, make y'all feel like y'all just the best thing since sliced bread to get y'all to do
Mhm.
something sometimes. All of us have to do that. We all have done it. But we like y'all to do the same for us too. Sometimes come over here and rub my feet and make me feel like the best thing since sliced bread. That's how you want a balance in a relationship. Y'all want a balance. Y'all want to you do me, I do you. And you won't have these problems. You won't, but when a man sits there and talk to you like you only supposed to just listen to him, you don't have no say so. When it come down to it, only thing you gotta say so about is you what you cooking or when you gonna get him some, and when he's supposed to just roll over like mist on The Color Purple and just start humping and get it, and you don't have no preference, you can't say nothing. It sounds like just treating, talking down in front of other people, making your wife feel like she's nothing in front of people out in public. Publicly, you should never humiliate your wife or humiliate your husband. I believe in, hey, my husband could say all the wrong things. He can offend everybody in the room. But when we get home, I'm gonna let him know he did. And I'm gonna tell him he was dead ass wrong for that. You know, but he's the type of man, and I'm not talking about D Ham. I'm talking about because D Ham is very respectful. I love D Ham. And D Ham is like a brother to me. I
I
really
want to
do.
hear D Ham. I'm sorry, Special K. D Ham, what is your outlook or perspective on Kevin Samuels? And we want you to be honest. We're not gonna jump
Yeah,
on
don't
you
piggyback off
because
our opinions.
I
No,
also
because
said I like the Kevin.
Special K already trying to get me in trouble about game changers.
No, no,
Uh,
listen, D Ham, I got you. D Ham, I got you. Cause look, I said I liked it. I liked
I
it.
did not like game
Kevin
changers, Special
Samuels.
K. Um, for the record, I didn't like the brother. I thought that's why I didn't want to come up when he came up the second day. I thought he was very too much not
You talking
considerate.
about the guy from
Yeah,
Yeah,
game
yeah,
changer.
Game Changer?
he
Oh
wasn't
yeah,
considerate
I
at
didn't
all,
like him.
and he was trying to lure you to think the way that he feels and think. And I think it was the way that he did it was very distasteful, and it was a turn. It was offensive. Um, but needless to say, let's get to Kevin Samuels. Okay.
Mhm.
Um, I agree with both of you women. I'm not just saying that just to get along with
Hey,
both of
boss
y'all.
lady.
I'm with you, Evan, when you say 60-40, and
Mhm.
I'm with Special K when she said that he degraded black women. Now that's in the 60-40 category. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but he also was speaking to some of the black women that was just delusional. So there were some women that would get on a call with him and they were very delusional, and because they didn't feel like they had to work on themselves, they didn't feel like they had to pay attention to what men catches men's eyes. Like, you understand? So he was trying to challenge some of the women to say, hey, what are you, how old are you? How many kids do you have? He was asking them these type of questions because this is very much relevant in this today, in society today. Because if you go back in the early 50s and 60s, we were more family, people coming from a family home.
Didn't I just say that?
Nowadays,
Mhm.
everybody's coming from single parent homes. Some of them got 2, 3 different baby daddies, and you're
Yeah.
still in the dating pool. So it's very hard to weed out who. Now it could be a woman that have 2, 3 different kids, and she can be the best woman for her next man because of all her life lessons, right? But
Mm-hmm.
also, if a man is coming into a situation, he may not want to deal with multiple baby daddy situation, just like women don't want to deal with multiple baby mamas. So I just feel like it's a 60-40 for me. I'm with Ebony. When you talk about what a high value man is, it's everything what Ebony said. It's everything. It's a God fearing man. It's a man that respects women. It's a man who has a hustle and a grind no matter what it is. I don't care if it's cutting lawn. If it's
There
a
you
hustle
go.
and a grind, it is what it is. And oftentimes women will look down on men who because our minds are so finite. Now, what in my industry, I realized that everything that is exported into this country and grown in this country is a multi-million-dollar, if not a billion-dollar industry. I don't care if it's tomatoes. That's a multi-billion-dollar industry. So if you got somebody who got a farm, hey, to me that's a grind, that's a hustle. So
He $1 million man.
exactly.
And a man with a vision, because
There
that
you
man
go.
that
Exactly.
cut lawn, guess
And
what?
that's what I
He
was
gonna
saying.
wind up owning his own laundry company.
You know,
All
That's
you
right.
need is a
at
man with a
some point.
vision, baby.
But that's what I was saying about a man. And sometimes a man may not have all the education and all the things, and a woman either. But that doesn't mean that they can't get together and put their hustles together and have something. We,
Mm-hmm.
it's just like Gerald Levert said in one of his songs. We came from nothing and we turned it into something. You
Mm-hmm.
know, so you have to look at. He said, "You and me together. This is what we did," and I believe that. That's how we look at it. But what we were saying to him is, oh boy, wasn't trying to hear it no
No,
other way.
no, he
It was
wasn't
very
be,
It was
be,
very belittling to people,
because
to women.
the ratchet is what is being emphasized in our society. That's this is why I'm actually going to be doing a live on the Kendrick Lamar halftime show, because pretty much what he tried to show us is that our music has shaped our society, and we've let the most ratchet people pretty much um, present themselves to our children, and now our children is growing up to have somewhat of ratchet um, lifestyles. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not. We don't have enough mentors. We don't have enough women that's coming through and getting our daughters together and getting them into things that making them to understand how to conduct themselves, how to be a better woman, how to be a woman in society, how to be a powerful woman. You understand? Oftentimes they don't have the right examples in front of them. Their mother's still out here trying to find a man, while they out here
Our
trying to get their education.
grandmothers are 35 now.
Exactly. Exactly. So we have to reshape our thinking, and we have to come back to reality when it comes to, I don't care who works. The woman can have a awesome job, but it still doesn't negate that she has to still have the core values that a man desire and require. But what we've seen now, and I'm gonna tell you, you can almost litmus test a lot of pools of women. Oftentimes they'll choose their education over a man, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that's just that's where they at. They don't want no man.
And you know what? And it also goes back to fathers too, as well.
Hmm.
These the woman teaches a man. I mean, teaches her daughter, but the fathers have to be present also to teach the daughters what not to be and what not to settle for in a man.
And a
He-
man.
So
Amen.
Yes.
what he has to do is be there to teach her how to respect herself, and this is how a man's supposed to make you if you know, you don't supposed to settle for just any old thing just because he's a man. You know,
Yes.
teach her how to be treated and how to have that mentality to be able to pick up on those things, because you know, back in the day, it used to be taboo for your mother to sit down and talk to you about sex. Now, a lot of y'all younger than us, you know, I ain't ashamed to say, I mean, I'm 54, but I know that a lot of women were afraid to sit down and talk to their daughters because they said or take their daughters and put them on birth control, you know, when they
Yeah.
was in high school, because they
Yeah.
felt like, you know, they didn't talk about it. They just went and put them on there and didn't say, you know, this is why, because instead of teaching them that, hey, I'm putting you on these, and we going to the gynecologist because you getting to that age where you gonna start, you know, feeling little boys, and little boys gonna start feeling you. So if it ever come a time, you know, this is the conversation, those hard conversations that Lolita was saying
Uh huh.
that
Uh
are
huh.
needed. She said at the beginning topic of this conversation, people didn't talk about. Well, it was like that with children as well. A lot of parents didn't sit down and have those conversations with their children. Either way, sons as well. They didn't talk to their sons about it. So that's why we have a lot of, you know, teen pregnancies and stuff now, because of,
Yeah.
you know, it's normal now. But
Yeah.
back in the day, that
I'm
wasn't normal.
I'm gonna tell you what I did. You know, as a father of five, right? Or now I have six because of my stepson. But I have five biological kids. I have uh, three daughters and two sons, right? So basically, what I believe in is a father is present. Um, your your presence your presence in their life is an automatic teacher within itself. We ain't got to talk about we ain't got to talk about nothing, but they got all they're doing is watching how I treat them, watching how I treat women in general. You understand? Watching how
Hmm.
I move as a man. So I have my daughter. She got married in 2021 to a wonderful young man. You understand? So
Hmm.
when he came into her life, he his job was to outdo what I was already doing, and he's doing it. You know, so oftentimes it's not even in the. I didn't have to sit there and talk to her about the birds and the bees. You know, thank God her mother balanced that conversation out if she did. But all I had to do was make.
And you know what? I commend you for that, Ham. I commend you as a man to do that. You know, a lot of fathers didn't do that. And you know, and I think that's what missed the mark on a lot of young girls, how it made it normal. It was okay for a young girl to get, you know, pregnant, and the daddy just walking around in the house and didn't never say anything to her about, never had a talk with her, nothing. It was, the mama did all the talking to the daddy about the situation. And that's what
Yeah,
I've seen. And instead of the daddy being involved enough to, hey, that's my child, that's my baby, whatever, I'm gonna talk to her, take her out on that daddy daughter date, show, like I said, show her how a man is supposed to treat
yeah,
her,
yeah.
you
That too.
know, get her ready. Have those talks with her.
Yeah,
Always make yourself, no matter what. I was always told by, and this is the God honest truth. Like I always say, and I ain't gonna never take it away from my stepdad. Was really, he should have been my biological dad, because that man taught us so much, and he didn't mind having those conversations with us.
right.
He showed up when my mom was single and she had three daughters. This man
Right.
showed up and stepped in where a father is supposed to step in, and he didn't he's still there to this day, and he taught us how a man's supposed to treat a woman by his actions. With my mom, we never seen him raise his voice, we never seen him, raise his hand to her, we never seen him not be there to support us, even
Yeah,
if my mama was working, he
yeah,
came. But he worked all the time to make us happy and to give us the things that, our own fathers didn't do. So
that's
when
true.
I say, it's nothing wrong with a woman having children or, smaller kids, and she finds a man that's ready to step into that role and
Yeah,
actually help mold the young men and
yeah,
come in and be a father to them, because that's what they need. They don't need a friend to play video games with them. And
right.
and if he does, that's fine. He need to sit there and be talking to them about real life stuff when he's doing that. But they also need
Yeah,
to see how he treats their mother.
yes,
They need to see him going to work, how to become that man
yes,
that one day grow up and get somebody else's daughter, to marry or whatever. He needs to take those morals and those values with him. So, with all that being said, Ham, even though those were your biological children, you still, I commend you for that, because a lot of men don't do that. They don't do
yeah.
that. And that's where it needs to start. It needs to start at home with your daddy before you go out there and expect
I totally
to
agree.
find a man with
Because think
high
about this.
values.
Think about this, and I want Ebony to chime in, and I'm gonna kind of shut up. Um, I just want y'all to think about this. Um, it makes it that much difficult. Not to say that your kids are not gonna come out. Um, sometimes we can sometimes underestimate the strength and the intelligence of our children, and they can
Hmm.
definitely overcome a lot. So I'm not saying that they don't, but oftentimes if they have not been able to see a good example of what a healthy relationship look like, they're oftentimes going to miss the mark in their own life and how
Yep.
to conduct themselves when they're confronted with the conflict of disagreements and different things of that nature. So if they seen their mother getting beat on and pushed
That's
around,
true.
it's going to develop something within them that's going to make them feel defensive or often have a certain amount of aggression. So
Hmm.
if it's all based on what examples have played out before them. You understand? So we rarely hear of relationships lasting 40 and 50 years anymore. So
Oh,
they
yeah.
don't see and oftentimes when we look back at our grandparents and stuff, oftentimes if we be honest, we didn't even know that the grandmother and the father was arguing. We didn't even know they
You
had an issue.
didn't. You didn't
But
know. You stayed in the child's place.
these days, these women are chest to chest with their man. They putting hands on their man because they have not seen healthy relationships. They seen toxicity, and
Hmm.
oftentimes men don't even know how to treat women because they haven't seen a good man treat their mama right. So, or because their daddy wasn't there. You understand? So
Hmm.
it's very difficult, to rise above all of this, but it can happen because a lot of y'all are examples of possibly single parent homes, and y'all still came out all right. But I'm just saying, in our community, based on how uh, our community became um, targeted to somewhat bring the man's out the house, take him to prison, while these women fend for themselves and use the government to get by until they can do better.
Boy, you
Um,
said something. You didn't
we
say something.
we have had to overcome a lot in our culture and our community, and that's all
Yeah.
I'm saying. Now, it has y'all has are we seeing some wonderful people, educated women, rise above it, take care of themselves and handle the business that even in the absence of men and deadbeat dads. Yes, we have, but
Hmm.
oftentimes without the healthy, and you don't know how meaningful and how significant it is to see a healthy example of what a healthy relationship look like.
That's right.
Uh-huh.
You are so right. And you hit it right there. You hit the nail on the head. It's by your actions. It's by your parents' actions and the environment that we grew up in. And that's why I said that that's why I know I'm submissive, because I had a good teacher to show me how to be that wife, be supportive in a marriage, how to go about handling and knowing what to bring to the table to keep a healthy relationship. I know what I will accept, and I know what is a deal breaker too.
Mm-hmm.
But you're right. You have to set an example for the kids. Don't the examples have went out the window. We don't have any anymore. So that's why, and that's another thing, D Ham. A lot of people sitting on this panel right now. I mean, not on this panel, but in this chat right now. I think the mothers are awesome. I think
Yeah.
they're awesome because
Yeah.
they're doing the best they can to
Yeah.
give their children the healthiest life they possibly can. My baby, right there, she does it all the time with her sons, and I commend her all the time about being a mother. Her son, you can't, the baby boy, you can't beat him with a stick when it come down to, even if he's so mannerable and they're so sweet, but at the same time, some man come along and I want him to be the best father he could be to them boys, because them boys deserve that. They
Yeah.
deserve a healthy, they need to see their mom happy. They need to see their mom thriving, and they need all of that. I wish everybody could. I really do. I wish everybody could, learn and get to where
Yeah.
we are, because both of us, we are married. So we know, how it plays a part in a marriage, having healthy values and strengths, that you bring into the table to better your partner, to be there for
Absolutely.
your partner, and you want to see the good in everybody. But that's how we was trying to, break down yesterday with old boy. And
Mm-hmm.
that's like I said with Ebony, you know, I love Ebony because Ebony is
Oh
sweet as
man.
she can be.
Oh
She has
man.
a
Awesome.
beautiful voice, and she's just a sweet person, and she's pure. And you know what, Ebony? I know I
Uh-huh.
learned what I respect so much about you. And let me give my baby her kudos. She told me long time ago. We was
Mm-hmm.
talking one day. She said, Ebony is smart as a whip. She said,
Yeah.
she said, you sit down and you talk to Ebony, you be surprised how Ebony is. She is smart. She said, I love her. That was my baby. Alexis said that. And I said, really? She said, yes. Everybody think Ebony is just, funny, but she's actually smart. She's actually smart, and she knows things. And if you sit down and you talk to her, you'll see how knowledgeable she is. And I want to tell you, you deliver, and I
Well,
like the way you deliver.
well, that was
Thank
a
you.
healthy exchange. I'm not gonna lie. Both of y'all debating over Kevin Samuels. That was awesome. I mean, I enjoyed both. I couldn't be mad at either side. Once I heard Ebony out, and when she really broke down what she looks at as a high value man, that that to me
That is everything.
that to me supported your opinion of Kevin Samuels, because her high value man is totally different than in the eyes of Kevin Samuels high value
Yes,
Uh-huh.
man. So it her high value man is the average man that's out here prepared to just love on a woman. Kevin Samuels high value man oftentimes come with, do we check all the boxes? So we
yes,
have to um, keep it in perspective. And I think I loved the way that she presented that, and I do love the way that you talking about spiritually, mentally, all of that. Can he? Because that's what women require, a man that can somewhat meet them where they're at. So all of that matters, and when it comes to being supportive to your partner and your mate, one thing about it, you know, and I'll stand on this. Man was never designed simply because he needed a woman. He was operating within his total capacity without the woman. The woman came out the man's side. He came out of her rib, out of his rib. So she
Mm-hmm.
is the very
his other half.
thing that comes from within. So a
Yes,
man is always looking for what came from out of him. You understand what I'm saying? Do you fit what came from out of his side? And oftentimes women have to ask themselves, can I make am I the one that can fit where he's lacking? Can I be that person? Because I am now his what God called is help me. Not for him to put his foot on your neck, but so that you can help lift this man up to a higher level that his potential is at. And so what Ebony
Hmm.
was talking about was dreams and vision. Is he a dreamer? Because I'm gonna help you. I'm gonna help you meet your dream. This is what we're missing in our women. Are you just giving us some booty, or are you here to help us reach our fullest potential? Because if you help the man reach his full potential, where you think you're gonna be? You're gonna be on the highest pedestal as him. So that's when you see Barack Obama and you see a Michelle Obama and she's pushing her man. You understand what I'm
Hmm.
saying? Pushing
And
her
that's
Mm-hmm.
man.
exactly, that's it. That's
So
it.
Mm-hmm.
that's all I have to say, y'all.
That's what I'm
And but
trying
Get
you
to
know
out of
say.
what?
here.
You know what, Dham, you right. And you know, Alexis, that goes back to what you said earlier. You was telling us the experience about your baby daddy, and you were saying how you had to pretty much, learn the girlfriend to see
Mm-hmm.
how she is. Well, I'm that girlfriend. I'm like the girlfriend, and that's part of being a good woman and wanting to be the girl be there to support your man type woman. And I'm gonna make sure, when he fall, I catch him. Ain't nothing gonna go lacking because I'm gonna be out there. Anything can happen, unforeseen circumstances where, say for instance, a man, are you willing to be that woman? I'm not talking about you, Alexis, but what I
Mm-hmm.
would relate to Dham. Are you willing to be that woman that if your husband or your man, get sick and can't go and make that dollar, that big dollar, like Kevin Samuels talking about these high valued men? What if he can't make that note on that car, and all this stuff, and he's sick and unable? Are you that high valued woman that's as far as you love your man and you want him to not fall? You gonna make child support?
Mm-hmm.
You gonna buy those children those Christmas gifts? You gonna do whatever? Or you gonna sit there and be mad at the woman and take it out on the kids? We have to ask ourselves that too in
That that
dating.
that comes with it. That comes with the territory.
I know,
Absolutely.
but I'm saying a lot of
Yeah.
women don't factor that in when they saying
No.
what they want from a man. But you got to be that woman. That goes back to what she said and what Ebony was
Yeah.
saying about a man, a strong man, and this, that, and the third.
Yeah.
They're both right. Yeah, Alexis admitted. She said, I had to realize my grandmother. She said, my grandmother took me to the side and told me, you gonna knock that girl, she buying for your children. She doing
Yeah.
for your children. So are we that type of woman that's gonna step in? But see, if you got a woman that you controlling and all she need to do is stay barefoot and pregnant,
Nah.
cooking clean, how she
No.
gonna stand in?
That's not an
She don't
accurate
have half of a brain.
depiction of a woman.
Yes.
That's where
And
Game
when
Changer
he
was
get
wrong.
the and with him saying that's what how he want his woman, or he wants a young woman so he can mold. He wants someone that doesn't have a mind of their own. He wants someone that has a low self esteem about themselves, who would actually cater to him, be that submissive person to him, allow him to control the whole situation, because they probably don't have nothing else to hold on to. They don't have a about themselves. So that's the type of woman he's looking for, and that very reason is why he is still single today.
A woman that he can groom.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what he
Yeah.
said.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, and you
I
know
don't
that
I don't agree with that.
that to me, you're not thinking. You're not thinking because I would want someone, like I said, when I fall, he able to catch me. And when he fall, I'm able to catch him.
Mm,
It's even. I'm not gonna let him go without. I'm not gonna let him, just fall and be like, well, you get it how you get it. Can you go ask this person? Can you go do this? Can you do that? I mean, come on now. You
Yeah.
you you should want somebody strong, because that way you can rest easy. If you could fall sick or something, you can rest easy and get well because your woman gonna take she gonna do what
She
she
gonna
gotta do.
handle it.
Yes,
mhm.
I
Well,
would
well,
want an independent woman.
one thing about it, that's a horrible depiction of what a woman is. She's not. He's seeking a woman based on his age. Well, how old was Game Changer?
He's in his
47.
40s.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So he's at
47.
an age where he's trying to
But he
find a
what?
He's
He
47.
yeah, he's trying
That's
to
So he
why I
said
say
find.
he's
40
some type of
something.
freak or pedo
Wait a
Hmm.
minute,
for
I
a
thought he said
young
40
child.
something.
He said he was 47 because I asked him again when he said 40
Oh,
something.
you ain't never
And
gonna
I
get no
asked
grown
him,
man.
and I said, "You how old?" And he said, "I'm 47." And I was like, "You saying that with pride? Okay, go on. You
Yeah,
too old to be that
yeah.
stupid."
He just looking for a woman that's going to just follow his lead no matter what at this point. But I know a real man, like even when in my situation when my ex-wife, she was teenage pregnant by we were both teenagers, and she was pregnant during her senior year. So after with my oldest daughter, and after I seen the situation, I stopped going to college, got our first apartment, and basically, I was
You a
18.
real one, DM.
She was 17, and so after that, I said, forget it. You know what? You go ahead. She went and got her associate's degree. I made sure I pushed her to go get her education because
Hmm.
basically she had an accepted. She was accepted at Kent State, Ohio. She was accepted to go to Kent State. She turned that down just to stay in a relationship with me. And I was like trying to tell her, why are you doing that? So she did that, then got pregnant, and I'm like, well, you're gonna get your education. So she went and she did 2 years at Buff State, which is in Buffalo, and then just now recently, now of course we divorced, but she went back and finished her bachelor's. My daughter went and our first child just finished her bachelor's. Um, they were right behind each other, went and finished their bachelor's. So this is what a man, you're supposed to push that woman to her highest potential, just like
Yeah.
she's supposed to be trying to push you to yours. So
Hmm.
basically, what I did was I pushed her to get her go. You gonna do you, but she also reciprocated that with understanding my sacrifice. And so when you have compromise like that going on, you're gonna see respect where it needs to be. You're gonna see um them them not being toxic in a way towards you. So you're gonna get the submissiveness out of the woman because you understand that you
Naturally.
are naturally working together for the
That's
same
right.
common cause and the same results. So any
Yes.
man that's out here just specifically looking for submission, you're wrong. It's already there. You just gotta work it. You gotta work it from within. You meet a woman based on her intelligence, based on her ability to communicate effectively, based on her soft spokenness, and then you go from there.
There you
But you
go.
don't just want to be dogmatic to a woman because I'm looking for submission for her to follow my lead. Every decision I make is my decision. I get the final word. No, I don't believe in that.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so
You
I
right,
better get
DM.
down
You
up off of this
but
platform,
you said, but I commend you for saying that.
y'all.
Once you talk to you, D Ham, a lot of people, if they would just give you a chance, and I'm speaking to another audience. If you give D Ham the chance, you can learn a lot from D Ham. We know
Yeah,
that we see the good in you, and we really do respect your opinion on it because you just give it like it is, and you telling the truth and from a man's perspective. And I appreciate you always coming through to do that. And your boy Cheese tried to yesterday, explain it to
yeah,
him and all that. But like you said, you gotta wanna do it, and
yeah.
he's not trying to do it. He was just straight up stuck on that. Even Krisha was trying to tell him, you know what the fool said? Let me talk to your husband.
Well,
Oh wow.
oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
you saying,
oh yeah.
no, and I know my husband, he wasn't finna say nothing. It wasn't gonna be good, and they would
That's
probably have to take the
very
so
arrogant.
yes,
He
and
was being very arrogant and disrespectful, and I just think that basically she should have put him on the phone so he can tell that nigga to kick rocks,
ooh,
because at the end
ooh,
of the day, if you can't understand a woman where you know her desires that she has and needs. Um, you know, her tone may be some saying one thing, but she that's not how we going to um, just um, look at her and pretty much say, okay, that's who you are. No, we're on
Mm-hmm.
YouTube, but y'all are pretty much when y'all turn this thing off, y'all cooking, y'all cleaning, y'all doing
There
everything
you go.
a wife would a man would want in a wife. So
Oh,
oftentimes
yeah.
it's simple math. Okay, you get with these women, and all they want is honesty and the communication. So
That's all.
if you out here cheating and carrying on, and you want to use words like control, that's offensive.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You right. And the husband, and I agree with you, DM. The husband at the, you know, Lolita was making a comment about that too, because we were saying at the end of the day, yes, the husband make the decision, and yes, we all respect their husbands enough to be able to let them, you know, but we were saying that a husband make the last decision after, you know, y'all have a conversation. You know, he'll
But let
tell
me
you.
he wrong for that. Let me say this. Let me say this, y'all. And this is not me taking the women's side. I get the woman, a real woman is gonna let that man make that final decision, right? But do you know how many times the woman was right? You have to go back and be like, damn, I should have listened to her.
Yeah,
Damn, I should have just listened. I should have just did what they asked me to do. You know, I should have just did what they, you know, because it's a partnership at the end of the day. What my
it
decision is
is.
going to affect the whole household. So if I'm not open to hearing the person who's there to me, which God says she's my helpmeet,
Lexus, what are you
if I'm not
doing?
if I'm not there to t- to lean on that, then I know Lex is playing music, but if I'm not there to lean on that, um, that
No, that was
I'm
a
gonna
text message. My bad, y'all.
I'm gonna be lost. So the analogy that we always say in my household is that the man is the head, the woman's the neck. The head can't turn without the neck.
There you
So
go.
we have to get back to the basics of what makes a relationship work. So if the woman is better with finances, let her do the finances. If she's better at saying, I know you want that hot rod car, but that's bad on gas. Let's go ahead and get this
Hmm.
Nissan Maxima. Okay, cool. All right. But see, men want to be so barbaric to where they want to beat on their chest and don't understand why you got this woman in your life in the first place. So that's just me, y'all.
And when I asked him, I did ask him, D have, I said, if you go and you make the final decision, and if it doesn't work out in the way you anticipated or whatever, are you the same man that go back to your wife and say that you apologize and you know she was right? Do you tell her right? He said no. No, what I'm gonna
What?
tell her that for?
He said that? Or he
Yes.
don't go back and say, babe, I should have listened to you.
No, no.
Wow.
And that's what I was like. So you don't have respect for women, basically, is what you're saying.
I love it
None,
when I try
none.
to tell him I got something and he don't listen, and then he'll come back and say, I should have listened to you. I've been saying to myself, yes, I told you, baby. You should have listened to me.
You know what? And that just do you all the world good, don't it? Every day, you just be smiling all to yourself, like uh-huh. But you don't, you don't boast in front of them, but you go behind
No,
them,
I be, ooh,
you
it's
be jumping up
always
and
me.
down in the bathroom or something.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna tell you straight up. Men have insight, but women have foresight. Women's
Yes.
intuition can see further down the road. Um, I used the analogy when I first got into the saga. I used the chessboard as an analogy of how the queen is able to move all over across the board of the chessboard. Why is that? To protect her king. So if we understand why she has so much power on the chessboard, then you will understand how valuable the king is. But oftentimes men lose they lose focus because they only caught up on who they are, what they mean. No, 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 no. You need that queen to go across that board and get every enemy that's coming for you. And if that woman is not in tune with her man and she's just letting people uh, take advantage of him, then she's going to be at a disadvantage because she doesn't have her man operating in full capacity. So we have to understand these simple things in life. If the higher you want to go, and your man to lift you up, is how hard you gonna go for him.
There you go.
You understand? So
Mhm.
when you see Michelle being this first lady, she's satisfied. She didn't need to rerun for president. She was satisfied just being the first lady, and she did it well.
And
Yes.
she was
She's
earning
probably
it
one of our
anyway.
best first ladies we ever seen grace that White House. And
You
here
right.
we
Mhm.
are. This woman she was satisfied with those 8 years of just understanding my man is operating at top capacity, and I'm right here by his side,
And she
pushing him.
she has so much confidence. A one a woman like that got to have a lot of confidence. One,
Within
because
herself
Come
he's
on,
the
too.
president of the United States. Two,
but see,
he was a
go
sex
ahead.
symbol to a lot of women. Okay.
Uh huh.
And Michelle did not care, baby, because she was,
She was solid in her marriage.
yes, and she was solid in who she was.
There you go. That has a lot to do with
Yeah, I'm
your
sorry.
self-esteem in a
Uh-huh.
relationship too. He has a lot of insecurities. I'm talking about the old dude, but you have to be
Hmm.
secure within yourself in order
Mhm.
to exude confidence and all of that. That's why I say you don't have to, uh walk around and be worried about the next woman. If you solid within who you are,
Uh-huh.
you're not one of those type of women that get up and want to go, following the man and all this. Because I come from type of woman that told, she instilled self-esteem in us. I don't care who you are, or who you in the room with. You still come in, and you come in with confidence. You come in and you exude confidence. You don't come in and lay down, passive and like you're not sure of yourself. You be very strong, and when
Uh-huh.
you speak in a way where you're confident, where people will listen. So that's what I loved about Michelle. Michelle was very confident because Barack could have had any woman he wanted,
Yeah, but
married,
Baby,
yeah, but
single,
they
Halle
what?
but they
Berry could
all.
have walked in that room and Michelle wouldn't have gave two F's. Okay?
Mm-mm.
Mm.
Yes,
But
yes.
see, it take
A
it.
woman would
Uh huh.
because it could be a half, because if you look at it, it doesn't have always to do with beauty, because if you look at it,
It
the
doesn't.
most beautiful women get cheated on.
Yes,
Halle
right.
Berry, Beyonce,
Can't keep a
Cardi
man.
B. They
Lord
go
have
out and
mercy.
buy the booze. They had the money and everything. And those always be the ones that get cheated on. And then they get cheated on with people that look less attractive. And that's why it don't, I had to learn, it don't have nothing to do with looks. Because we be thinking like, well, why did he cheat with her? She don't look like this. She don't, it don't even be having to do with looks. Sometimes it be the way, or we might be at home bitching or whatever, and he
Hmm.
wanna vent, and we not listening. And all it takes is for that woman to listen to him.
That's
Okay.
it.
And then he feeling like, oh, I'm gonna start coming over here because she listened to me, because my old lady don't listen to me at home.
There you
All
go.
she wanna do is bitch. And then bam. So it don't always have to
Mhm.
do with the
Well,
way she look.
well,
Mm-mm. It's the way he get.
It's
It's the way she
superficial.
treats him. And I'm gonna tell you something. Being
hmm
because I have been in that situation, I'm gonna tell you, it's not even so much. Y'all, it's not. It's definitely not about what she looked like. It's about what he feels he's
We
lacking
get from
in his
her.
Yeah.
relationship. And what he's lacking in his relationship, in so many words, if we think about it, he hints to us to let us know what he's missing in that relationship, and we listen to him. And guess what? We give him what he say he's missing, and all along, he's not even missing that in his in the relationship. He's just being a dog, and that's
Yeah,
just
sometimes it be that too. Yep.
And sometimes you're right.
yeah. He wants to make it look like the woman was wrong in the situation.
And it's her fault.
Yeah,
No,
when
it's
you
not.
sit back and he pulling that same stunt on you
Yeah.
now, because that's my situation. You pulling that same stunt you pulled with me. Now I am now your ex-wife. I'm in the same position as your ex-wife now. Guess what? Now I know it is not us. It is definitely you.
Hold on, Alexis. Now, basically, it comes down to this. Understand, just because you, just not you. Now, I'm not talking directly to you. I'm talking in
I
general.
get that.
Just because women or females are born, a woman is born female. Put it that way.
Mhm.
Does not make her automatically prepare for relationships or for marriage.
Definitely.
Now,
Definitely.
it's a very distinctive thing that is required, right? So if you
Mhm.
go to Proverbs 31, it talks about the virtuous woman, um,
Mhm.
and it's not it's simply this, it's trying to distinguish women from virtuous women. Just because you are a woman don't mean you're virtuous. So it's giving you a template of what what if you are this, if you're striving to be this, then the scripture says that your price is, you're almost priceless. So now all women, now we can look at the landscape of women across this globe, and we can say that every woman ain't virtuous. So, but what you found was a man that wasn't worth your time. So
Exactly.
he hasn't found his value. You see,
Mhm.
Exactly.
because you, like you said, it ain't you. He's the problem, right? So
He
if he's the
definitely.
problem, his value is he hasn't understand his value, but you know
His
your worth.
insecurities.
See,
He
your worth is beyond, is really coming priceless, because if a man find you, he's not gonna want for anything. But because this man don't understand his value, he's actually messing over the. It's almost like you just squandering your relationship away because you don't
Mhm.
understand your value. So
And he doesn't.
yeah,
I'm gonna
go
tell
ahead, Ebony.
Lux Pearl just hit it dead on the nail. I'm gonna tell y'all something. That has a lot to do with it. He had a childhood trauma. Whatever his mother did to his father that made his father leave, he
Boom.
has he has not given his mother for that action. So this and such, we are paying for whatever happened. He won't open up. He just told me that little bit, but he would never tell me as far as, what did she do? What did he was like, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. And that's fine. And I understand that. But now we are dealing with people. You're in a full-blown relationship, right? You have children now. It's either you're going to go get the help you need so you can get over what happened, or at least confront what happened in your childhood, or we're going to start
Exactly.
this game.
And
Because you're
remember,
going
we
to
talked
ruin
about
every
that. We
woman.
said that.
He's going to
He
ruin
said,
every
say
woman
time.
that come along. And I'm going to be honest. He has a daughter. I love his daughter to death. Just talked to her yesterday. Love her to death. Like she my own. Let me tell y'all something. I had to tell him, and he's still blowing it off. I said, let me tell you something. The more time you stay away from your child, your daughter, the one you claim you love so much, she is going to get big enough and go out in this world and find her a man that's going to love her, or at least she think it's love, because you didn't give it to her, and she's going to find somebody just like you. And you
Yep.
can't even get mad.
And you can't do nothing when she come
Oh,
to you
he's
Love
in
gonna
cry.
your
get mad.
father.
He's gonna get mad.
But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're gonna get mad. But what can you say?
You can't
Yeah.
blame nobody but yourself because that goes back to
Thank
what
you.
DM and I was saying about, teaching your daughter how to be treated. You see, if you don't teach that to her, you're gonna find that 9 times out of 10, the daughters do go out and they end up with that man. And I never
It's
forget,
just
I
like
told
their dad.
just like they did. And I never forget, I
Mhm.
told my biological daddy that. I told him, I said, how can you tell me about having a man cheating? How can you sit here and talk about a man cheating on me? To me, I'm crying on your shoulders, but how can you tell me he wrong and you
Well,
did it? And see, you have to.
absolutely.
You gonna see it again. You gonna see it again. You may not see it with another woman, but you're gonna see it again in your child if you don't
Thank you.
instill it
Exactly.
in instill things in them. You get it back, and it's like a lot of this junk that go on, the stuff people say and do. You'll get it back, but you may not get it back the way you think you gonna get it back, but you gonna get it back, and you may get it back
Definitely.
through your children, and you can't do nothing about it. So that's why you have to tread lightly on how you do people or treat people or whatever. And just like Ebony say, the things we say, like when I said that, I wasn't literally saying that about him, but it was like a joke, but it wasn't a tasteful joke. I take that back and I apologize to the chat for that because it wasn't right. And
Well,
I always
yeah.
I always backpedal and try to make it right with people because I don't want to see it again. And I know how it would affect me. And just because you do me wrong, I'm not gonna come behind and do you wrong. I'm not gonna come behind and find the harshest thing to say about you because you did me wrong. I'm just gonna let you figure it out and we go our ways. But people have a bad way of expressing themselves, like, oh, dude could have just told you, Lexus, how he had that heart
Well,
to heart
well,
talk, but he
well,
didn't. He went out and
well.
displayed it.
Let me say this. And Lolita, I'm treading lightly, Lolita. You ain't got to worry. And I see you down there with your Adam and Eve little statement down there. And I guarantee you I could debate you on that. But basically, I just wanted to say this, y'all. Oftentimes, Alexis, and this is a statistic that I don't think that is ever going to change. That women mature faster than men, right? So if
Mm-hmm.
we understand that in theory and understanding that in in logic as well, that women mature faster than men. Oftentimes, women grow up wanting a Barbie house. They want to play house. They want to play marriage. They want to play Ken and Barbie. Um, they want to do hair. They already want to figure out how to get this um, relationship thing going. Even as a child, don't even realize that they're doing it, that they're preparing themselves to be in relationships. Um,
That's because
Men are
society
not
figured it.
wired like that. We're very immature. Oftentimes, we're oftentimes all we looking at is what the booty look like, what the face look like. We're not looking for that relationship. So oftentimes, even when we finally get some sex, especially premarital sex, and a child comes out of that, we weren't prepared for that anyway. So
Mhm.
we're making all kind of mistakes. We're not prepared for uh, responsibility and accountability, right? So
Mhm.
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes you'll find dysfunction in men, and we'll blame them for all that's what's wrong with them. But the truth of the matter is, women got to start holding these men accountable way before you give them booty.
There you go. I said that. You right, DM. That goes back to what we said earlier. Because if you start out with giving them booty and then, you introducing him as your friend, he looking like that's what it is. That's it.
Exactly. You didn't get
That's why
the
I'm gonna be just
qualities.
like Ben. I'm gonna
You
just tell
didn't
you,
get the
just like I'm gonna
qualities
introduce
that you
them.
needed out of him to make him understand your your expectations. And
There you
so
go.
you didn't get the qualities out of him and for him to recognize that. But so
Mhm.
oftentimes, and it's not to put the blame on women or anything, because we're all human. And sometimes women see a good man, they want to see what they want. Okay, brother, I want to see what you're working with. And but we got to be honest. If that was the
Make him
space
earn
y'all,
you.
that was the space y'all was in, you can't get mad that this man showing you exactly who he is later down the road because you didn't get the chance to make him understand that a lot came with your company, a lot came with
Okay.
your
Well, I'm gonna
access.
He
You
have
see
to
what I'm
earn
saying?
you.
Okay, so what I'm gonna say is when it comes to that, because I get exactly what you're saying, D Ham. So I'm very outspoken, and I'm gonna say what I want at all times. So it was never a question of what do I want in the relationship with this man. I told him what I wanted in the long run. He agreed this is what he wanted, but I'm gonna tell you, when he left and did those few years, then 3 years, he came back a different person, a
Okay,
person that I didn't recognize, but yet still tried to compromise with.
right.
Because you still had thoughts of that man
I
he
had
left.
thought of that other man.
Hmm. Before he
So
left.
yes, so yeah, like, but this time, didn't I just say this though on the panel? I just said next time the very next time I lay down, because I have been celibate for 13 months now, but the next time I lay down with
So proud
somebody,
of her.
the next time I lay down with someone, we are going to be married or we are getting married. It is something, because I'm not just gonna keep giving up these good jewels to these people who don't deserve it. I'm sorry.
Because you're a good woman. And
Yes.
you bringing that to the table, not only the jewels, but you bringing a good woman to the table. And that's what I always say: make a man earn you, and you earn him. And
Yes.
you have conversation, wholesome conversation sometimes, and you will know exactly where they coming from and how they think. And I understand what D Ham is saying. You kind of got to it's like Snoop said in a song. I hate to quote this, like that, but sometimes you be yearning your man while you learning your man. At the same time, you earning your
Mm-hmm.
man. Y'all earn it. So that's why I say when you earning, he has to earn you, and you have to earn him, and that you be learning them at the same time. So when that time do come, like D Ham was saying, he ain't bought the milk, bought the milk before he bought the cow. You
Cow.
know,
Yep. Doing
he
too
want to
much for the
he looking
cow.
forward. Yeah, he want to look forward to it. And that does change his perspective on men. A lot of men will tell you that they don't come out and just say it like that, but if it's too easy, they usually lose attention. They lose that attention for you. The goal, he ain't got nothing to work for. He done already got the goods. He know what that booty feel like. He know what them big legs do. He ain't got nothing to look forward to. So he is on to the next. and and
Mm-hmm.
and that's why I say you sometimes have to go in and kind of make them intrigued. You have to be in, keep yourself a mystery. Don't give him too much information about yourself. You do, let him do the talking and learn him, because men will tell on themselves every time they cheat anything. They gonna tell on themselves. Y'all terrible at keeping secrets about what you're
Okay.
doing. We gonna know. We know exactly when you come in the house and if something ain't right. We know exactly when you pick up that phone, when you don't answer the phone. I used to always tell one boyfriend of mine, I used to tell him all the time, um, if you would answer your phone, that you wouldn't get caught. I said, but see, you don't answer the phone, then I know you're doing something wrong. I said, because you ain't at work, you ain't over your mama's or nowhere. Why you can't answer the phone in front of your mama if you're at your mama house? These are the things I was saying. I said, so when you don't answer the phone, I said, let me tell you about a good cheater. A good cheater answer the phone, he gonna tell that woman sit next to him or in bed with him, hush, this my woman, or this is and if she wanna talk, then he done with her. He done with her because you don't know how to play your role. So answer your phone. Tell her to hush, and you see what I want. And then you go back and you finish doing whatever you doing, or you get on up and say you gotta go. That's how that works. I promise you. I said I could be sitting in a man's lap. Okay. I said, but if you call me, guess what I'm gonna do? He said, what? I said, I'm gonna answer the phone. I'm gonna answer the phone while I'm sitting up there in his lap. Because I'm gonna
Okay,
put my
hello,
hand, I'm
Lord,
gonna put my
hello.
hand over
Lord
his
Jesus.
mouth. He know. I said, women better at the game. I'm just saying, that's just truth. We know how to play the game.
Oh
If
Lord.
it's them same back rows out in, like I say, sometimes you have to play the side piece in order to catch a married man. You know them back roads. You know what they'll do. You know what they'll say. You have to sometimes it's okay. You know, it ain't I ain't advocating for side pieces, y'all. Don't get me wrong, don't beat me up. But I'm just saying, sometimes being the other woman, you learn a lot. You learn a lot by being the other woman because you sitting there and you watching. You know what how he think, how he moves. You just you learn from it. So what I'm telling you, Alexis, you learned a lot with old dude. Take
Yes.
that as not bad. Take it as lessons and use it. Use it. You know now what you don't want. You know what you don't want now. You know what Lexus require. You know what Lex is okay. She okay being by herself until she get what she wants because she knows Alexis. That's all I'm saying. So you know now. You know
Yep.
you didn't. Ain't nothing else a man can tell you about how to do this wrong because you didn't did it. You didn't seen it. You ain't no surprising. But that's true to him though. We do. We know because we didn't been there. Like I told my husband, you be caught the first time. You be caught the first
Okay.
time.
Okay. Now hold on, Special K, because you don't went somewhere where I didn't expect. And the chat is agreeing with you. So hold
What?
on. You talking about being the side piece of a cheating man. Now,
She
that's
done
a whole
already
nother
been.
that's
She
a
did
whole
not.
nother
No,
conversation another day.
no.
I'm not
What
even
I'm
gonna hold
saying
up
is, I'm gonna tell
Alexa
you, I ain't advocating cheat, but I'm saying, I ain't gonna say Special K perfect. And when I was younger, before I was married and stuff, you know, I did my share of out there. Everybody have to play a role at some point. That's how you learn. I didn't anticipate being, getting involved with that married man at that time. But I have to say this. He taught me. He taught me something because first of all, he was 10 years older than me. And I was just being, I'm thinking I'm in my 20s and I'm thinking I'm knowing what I'm doing. But that man taught me a valuable lesson. You have to accept the place that you put yourself in because you could have told me no. He didn't say it, but he showed me that's how you chose. You signed up for this. You signed up for this when you continue to be in a relationship with me. So you don't blame it all on me. And I learned from that. I learned, oh, okay then. So when I learned, it's not about cheating because the wife is terrible at home. It has nothing to do with that. You know what it's about? It's about he just getting the attention that he don't get at home. Because sometimes as wives, we get complacent. We get complacent. We don't try new things. Your husband come in. How many of you sitting there, butt naked, waiting on your husband? Keep it spontaneous, all that kind of stuff. Sometimes it calls for that. Keep some funk some fire in your marriage. Keep that same vibe that y'all used to have before y'all got married. Go back to them times and stuff. Surprise him at work if he work in the same city or whatever on lunch break. Tell him to come out to the parking lot and you give him some out there. Do different stuff that you used to do. Keep the spice going. Don't sit up there and just think he married to me and that's all that matters. That's complacent. That's complacent. He come home and you got your old grandmama dust on that she used to wear back in the day, the snaps. You ain't even got your you ain't even took your bonnet off your head. You get in the bed every night with that bonnet on your head looking like ancient mama and expect the man to still be turned on. Come on now. Put some spunk in it. Keep it going. Walk across there. I like to see my husband walk across the foot of the bed. I like to be laying in the bed and say, damn, somebody's sexy as hell. Look at there. I mess with him all the time. Say stuff like that. Come here, sexy. Mess with him. That make him want to go in there and lift some weights and keep in shape and stuff. Cause he want to hear that. Men need it too, D-Ham. Y'all need that. Y'all need that type of,
Well,
boost too.
I don't totally disagree. Um, but
Dude,
I'm
if
not
my
gonna have
husband
this
a truck
convo
driver, I
today.
been and
I'm
went
not
on the
gonna go
road
there.
with him.
I'm not gonna go there today.
But I'm
Because
just
I don't
saying,
know if Alexa's
you
ready to
do
go.
stuff to keep the spunk in the marriage, so he won't get
I agree
bored.
with all of that part.
Because
Special K.
if my husband was driving trucks, I'd be on the road with him sometime. On that time when I
Yeah.
got time, yeah, I'm going on the road. We're gonna be tearing it up back there in that cab.
Well,
That's
there
how
you
you
go.
do.
Oh yeah,
You know,
I get it.
it's
I
just
get it.
things that you do to keep your marriage. So it's not all what I'm saying that to say this is the Ham and Lexus. I'm saying it to say it's not always the man. We can't just sit here and be shallow minded enough to think that men are just greedy. They just want to cheat. No, I'm not going to put all men down like that because a lot of men are not. And a lot of men, they don't cheat just because they want to. It's because they missing something at home. It's just like the old song, Sherelle and Alexander O'Neal. You give me attention. You someone who understands my needs. A man who is sensitive. Everything that I miss at home. Y'all go back and listen to them old songs. I tell you, they'll tell you the truth. And that song right there is so true. That is so true. The woman, she stepped out on her husband because he was giving her everything she missed at home. It ain't always. It's some of us. Now, if you giving him everything and he just greedy, that's him. It's on him. But if you might be missing something that you ain't doing and you think you doing, you think you superwoman over there, and you really not. You really not because you're not doing the things that this man require. I ain't saying every man, but your man, he may be missing something. Sometime ask him, baby, you okay? What you mean? I mean, are we okay? Is it something that you really want, or something like that? Give him time to say. Let him get it out. Talk to him. Rub his head.
Hmm.
That's attention. Give him the attention that he said he don't get. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I can respect it. I can respect it. Um, I understand it too. I do understand your logic. I don't think that that's. I think that that philosophy works to keep your marriage healthy and to make certain that you're not getting, like you said, complacent and um, the upside of things. But I do believe that whatever, if there has been some cheating going on or whatever have you, it can help you learn from those places as well. But I don't believe that um, the method of cheating is the tool to is the tool across the board. To
It's not.
completely
It's not.
learn from. I don't. I do believe that monogamy can be just exactly what it is, but I think that men sometimes don't understand discipline. um, how do you become disciplined with the woman you got? The toughest job for a man is to love one woman when there's a billion women to choose from.
Well, you should
How
have
can
learned that before you proposed.
what basically I'm not saying that the man is going to cheat because he hasn't learned. I'm saying that that's his job to love her with a billion women in the world. That's his job. So I'm not saying he has to learn it. That is part of the vows. So
Hmm.
if you're single, cool. Do what you do. Have your cake, eat it too. But once you said I do, and you said for better for worse, sickness and for health, for to death do you part, then this is now what you vowed to do. So
Yeah, but
it's a
if you wait
difference.
till you get up there, D Ham, after you wait, you cheat all the way up there when you was engaged to someone. I'm not saying you per se, but I'm just saying if you wait till you get married, you're supposed to be practicing being that way, being like when you ask that woman to marry you, that's when it's supposed to cut off the whoever else come along.
Well, you agreeing with
You
me
ain't
because
looking for
I'm not saying the man is getting married to cheat. I'm just helping you because basically you saying that the man, if the wife gets married to this man, but she gets complacent, the man's going to cheat. I'm saying
no, not
that
all men, not all
okay,
men. I said
okay. So
some men.
I'm saying that the man has vowed to be monogamous to this one
Because
woman.
you know why I say that? Because I've seen women cheat too. And they ain't have no reason to, other than that's just what they wanted to do too. So it's not what I said about that is it's not always one sided where it's the man, and some women tend to, think, oh, he did it, but you not oblivious to women doing it because women do it.
Women do it, but this is the issue that happens as a result of it. That you learn that you're not that either party may not be disciplined enough to whatever it is that they desire that they're not getting, and they're just not disciplined enough. But it also create a trust issue. So now, how trustworthy are you, or how loyal are you to the man that you trying to get all of this from, or the man trying to
Lord,
get all this
to a
from the
fault.
woman? So now you've created a trust issue and a bond in a broken vow. So it's a lot that can
I'm not
happen.
condoning it, D Ham. I
Okay.
said I'm not condoning it. That's where you missing me right there.
No. I'm not.
I'm,
I'm not saying you are. All I'm saying.
I'm not condoning it. I
Yeah.
said a lot of women and men. It ain't even necessarily just women. A lot of people, I'll put it that way. They get complacent in their marriage where they
Correct.
don't try to keep whatever it is that you had before you all got married for each other
Correct. Correct.
10 to 15 years down the line,
Yeah.
you not still keeping that same energy. Yes, marriage changes things. A lot of things changes, because you be both of y'all going different ways for as working and children come involved and maintaining a household. All kind of things come after the marriage. But what I'm saying is you still have to balance. You still have to balance it out
That's a
where
fact.
your husband and your wife still get what they need emotionally, mentally, physically,
Well, that's why I
spiritually,
said.
and physically. I mean,
That's why
sexually
that
from you.
that's why I started it off saying I agree with a lot of the lessons that can be learned from some of these pitfalls. But I always would strongly stand on, hopefully, preventive care, so they don't have
Mm-hmm.
to get there, so that you don't find yourself in a place where cheating has taken place. Because what happens is, it's oftentimes when infidelity takes place in a marriage, that is almost, well, first of all, that's all. I think God really gives grounds for divorce in that, but it's hard to recover from. Now think
It
about it.
is.
If you're doing even counseling after that, right, with your spouse, and y'all trying to get over this infidelity, oftentimes you I think if in a marriage, if a marriage need counseling because of multiple other reasons other than infidelity, it's easier to try to navigate that. But when you have infidelity that has played a part, that's almost difficult because of the trust that has been broken to
Mm-hmm.
overcome. Now, have couples been able to recover from those things? Yes, but then it's always something that they throw in their face, right?
Yes.
You was with such and such. So it's very difficult to overcome those. Now, it can lessons be learned from it. I'm with you with that.
Yes.
Yes, there are multiple lessons that should be learned. When what didn't you do right? What could you have done better? What was you not, like you said, you come to bed with a bonnet on and grandmama robe. Okay, we understand now that you contribute to the man going outside of the marriage, or the woman,
Yes.
or the man is not giving this woman everything she needs, so she went outside the marriage, right? So there's multiple reasons why a spouse may find themselves seeking what they're lacking from their spouse or their mate in another person. But my thing is, it also comes back to the discipline and the accountability and the trust and the loyalty that you placed on this relationship. And if that becomes already, if a woman checked out, she's already gone. So oftentimes
Pretty much.
sexual, if a woman is in a marriage or in a relationship and she done checked out mentally, then the brother already lost her, because her next move is a mental reason. A woman mentally and is leading with her emotions, and so if she done checked out mentally, that means she shut down her emotions, and now she's giving her emotions somewhere else.
And you know
That makes
what? You're
sense?
right. And yes, you make perfectly good sense. And far as the part of bringing it, keep bringing it up. Well, see, that's what I said right there with the man. If a man keeps bringing up I mean, if a woman keeps bringing up the fact that, okay, he cheated, I think you shouldn't say that you ready to move past it. When you know how men do, they sit down, they want to have this talk, they want to, explain why they did what they did before you forgive him, or say yes, we can move forward. I think and this just me. I just think I wouldn't say I forgave you until I get the answers that I need. I'm not gonna say
Correct.
in that moment all the answers you can answer all the questions I need by that one talk. I feel like you need to, don't just say we gonna work it out and move forward so quickly, because then yes, it's gonna come back up. You're
Yeah.
gonna bring it up. You're gonna keep talking about it. You're gonna keep asking questions. You're gonna still have questions in the back of your mind as a woman. You're gonna still have questions in the back. What made you uh go back? What made you do it? And
Yeah.
this is my thing. I've always said, I need you to go, I don't care how many times I would ask you that same question that I asked probably, 2 3 years ago. If the answer changed each time, then I know you lying, you know. But are you ready for when I bring it up and ask you? We could be just riding down the street on a good Sunday or whatever, just chilling together, spending time together, and I go back to that moment when you did what you did. And
Right.
are you prepared to be able to give me the answers that I need to for my emotions and feelings and everything that I got going on in my head? What can
Hmm.
you give me back? So I think
It's gonna take a lot of work, because
it's gonna take a
think
lot of
about
work.
it.
So
That man gets out of your presence, your mind's going, a woman's mind's going to start wondering.
wonder, yeah,
So if a man wife cheated on him, she checked out. It Listen, she checked out way before she actually committed that
yeah,
thing, and it was an emotional. It's like another man. See, when a man get cheated on by a woman, what makes it tougher for the man is that another man got a pretty much emotional connection with his woman, and that's almost difficult for him to overcome, because um we realize women just ain't giving their body away just because um
it's
um
something she
yeah,
missing.
yeah, she just wanna, you know,
But
I
there
hate to
are,
use this
like I
word.
said,
Yeah,
it's something you're missing, and I'm
yeah,
not saying you missing it in a, you know, that it's just terrible, that the man just terrible and suck in bed or whatever. I'm just
right.
saying it's something emotional, a connection that you all are missing or whatever.
Exactly.
So that's why I said I wouldn't, if I feel like this, if I got to keep bringing it
Want to
up,
keep? I don't want to
if I
prolong
keep bring-
Lex's live, but
oh,
we got more
but if
people up
I
here.
keep
What's
on,
going on?
Yeah, I got Riches up here. She wanted to talk. I'm in here cooking while y'all talking. Just this.
Okay, I didn't want to prolong it. And go ahead. Who's up
That's
here?
Rich.
Hey
Rich,
Okay,
y'all.
Rich. Go
Hey
ahead. Go ahead, Rich.
y'all.
Come on, chime in.
No,
Let us
I
shut
just
up for a
want
little
to
bit.
ask. I want to ask you, Deham. Did you say? I don't want to get it wrong. Did you state that? mm, I don't think you said the majority. You said all marriages or relationships. Shall I say? It's harder for them to overcome infidelity versus any other issues. Is that what you said?
Absolutely. I think infidelity is one of the toughest components that can destroy a union. Over anything else because um
trust.
y- yeah, because the trust is gone. And to build trust back, it takes a lot of work, and oftentimes it takes depending on the individual, especially if the woman cheated. Oftentimes the man is already destroyed. It destroyed him because now it's not just, oh, she cheated. It's all of the questions that comes to mind. Like, now another man has pretty much handled your woman, and you don't know how that went down. So it can become a very much of a nightmare for him. So oftentimes they don't want to try to overcome that. But women will give a man a second chance because oftentimes when men cheat, it was never an emotional decision to do it. It was just oftentimes it didn't require a lot. It just he didn't want to lose what he got. He just wanted some sex. But a woman, when she cheats, she's almost going into an affair because it takes that for her to finally give her body up to another man. So that's the difference between it. And oftentimes it's
Well,
not
I
it's not
mean,
to
it's
say that
not a
it's
one
not to
size
say
fit
that
all.
well, women don't just listen, and women are emotional creatures, and that's by nature. They don't just go out here sleeping, doing one night stands with random men, and they're married. That's not
Some we
often the
can. I mean, we
case.
can agree to say some. It's not a one size fit all in every situation because it's a lot of women out here that's cheating and it's not an emotional thing for them.
Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
see what you're saying. Okay, I see
But
what you're saying.
so why
I
do you, I mean,
agree.
I've asked this question to other men. I just want your standpoint on it. Why is it so hard for men to get over a woman cheating, but they expect for a woman to just be
Get
okay and
over
get
it.
over it?
Well. Basically, sex is more spiritual than y'all may be giving it credit for. Because if you're gonna tell me that it's not emotional for women, I may stand to disagree with that. Okay, sex is very much spiritual. Um, it often, if you go back to scripture, the traditional woman was supposed to be a virgin. That every wedding that you see go down in America is displaying what the woman was supposed to be. She was supposed to walk down with a veil over her face and get down there, get passed off by her father, and delivered to her husband. This was the natural form of marriage. Now, what we've done is we done jazzed it up, over years, because oftentimes a lot of the women has already had sex before marriage and probably got babies before out of wedlock. So it's now the woman has already been touched. The veil has already been ripped. And whenever we worship God, we had to go before a priest before. But God said, no, I ripped the veil. Now y'all can come because you're going behind the holies of holies. Whenever a man enters a woman, you have enter into worship. Not just you praise the woman before you get there, but when a man goes inside a woman, It is a spiritual connection. You're worshiping that woman. So if anybody actually has sex versus made love, you understand the difference.
Even if you've been married before.
You understand the difference.
That's what I'm saying. It's not the same though, because you've been married
Well,
before. You're not a
no, 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 no,
virgin.
no. If you've been married before, see the you got to understand how sacred a marriage is. Okay, so if it's useless if we're just getting married as if we're just dating, and we're just going on a date. Marriage was not designed for it to be demoted to and diminished to. This is just an average. This is just something we do regularly. Marriage is very sacred. So how sacred is it upheld? Is the question. How are y'all really viewing marriage? Because if you're not viewing marriage as a sacred entity before God, which you're actually saying this before God,
Mm-hmm.
then you're not withholding your end of the bargain. My thing is this: everything in those vows, are we really believing what we're saying?
Oh yeah. I can speak for me. I can't speak for anybody else, but what I'm saying, that's what I'm saying. So if it was that, if you really, really, I'm what I'm saying to him, if it's that sacred and it's that holy to some people, and I'm not speaking for everybody, I'm just saying in general,
Right.
if it's that sacred and holy and supposed to be looked upon like that, then you wouldn't have 3 and 4 different marriages that's going on. Yes, the Bible look at
Mhm.
it that way. You wouldn't, you would feel that way about the first one, the second one. And I mean, that's that to me, that's where, it really, all of that you just said is not, people not equating that with the Bible term now, because if you did, you stay there and you work it out and you get past it. But what she's saying is she's asking. So the man wants you to just get past it, but the women, I mean, we just have to sit there and suck it up. Is what she's saying. You saying how sacred the marriage is, but if you cheat, if you the man is the one who cheat and broke the vow, it wasn't that sacred to him. So it's not that deep for as that, because you wouldn't have multiple marriages if that was the case, because divorce just wouldn't be the end all, right?
Mhm. But see, DM, I get what you're saying, and holistically, yes, it's supposed. We are emotional beings by nature.
Okay,
However,
I'm back.
I'm a numbers person,
Hmm.
and stats say it's more women that cheat than men
It's more women that what?
that cheat on their
Okay.
partners than men
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
So if you look at stats, then it's not that black and white.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you know, back in the day, you have to look at history. Back in the day, yeah, we were just a one woman man, or a one
Yeah.
man woman. And then now these days, it's not like that. Women,
Right.
they all out in the open. Oh yeah, I got two, Nick. I got
Mhm.
two, three, four, five. So their
Mhm.
emotions is being taken out of it. They don't care. It's just like, I feel like, okay, men have done it over so many years, that I feel like I need to just go out there and be like them.
Right.
Yeah, a
They
lot of
they
women do.
don't they don't look at it like, I don't care how people view me, you know, no more. They just want to be them and do them.
Correct.
Exactly.
So it's
So
not all about
mhm.
emotions all the time.
No,
But I
no, it's
get what
not.
you're saying,
The
I
basis,
but it's
understand
not.
that.
yeah, the basis of what I'm saying is, um, okay, let's just say it's not about emotions, right? Um, um, because I can agree when men often have sex, they're not caught up in the into the
Mhm.
woman more than they is the act of it. Okay, they just want to get
Mhm.
their rocks off and keep it pushing. Oftentimes
Mhm.
that's the case. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but when women give themselves up, think about it. Um, they fall in love, depending on how good it is, right?
Some
They
women.
okay. Some women. Okay, let's just keep it
Mhm.
real. Okay, let's keep it hot real quick. Now, if we understand that women are emotional creatures, can we all agree to that?
Men
Mhm.
are emotional creatures too,
And
though.
me and
Okay,
some
no, no,
men
no,
too.
no, no.
Yeah.
See, y'all. I didn't ask y'all that. Y'all see, y'all went right to what men is. Can we all agree that women are emotional creatures?
Not all of them.
Not all
So,
of them.
Not
not all of
all.
them.
Some
Okay,
people are breeds.
okay,
We can say
okay,
majority.
Yeah.
Majority.
But most of the
okay.
time, a lot of women, I've seen some savages. They can go out there and they just like a man. And I mean, for us, they don't feel nothing, and they go right on back home to their husband.
Baby, because they showing you they are their daddy's daughter.
There
And
you go.
they only doing what they seen their daddy do. Come on
Yeah,
now.
and it's basically that's why and so that's why I said it's not emotions. It's not nothing. Sometimes some people just do it because that's just what they want to
They
do.
want to
And
do.
it
Mhm.
don't have to be a
Mhm.
reason. It don't have to be. It doesn't have to be your partner did anything. Your partner could look like the just go drop dead gorgeous. But if
Mhm.
that's what you want to go out there and do, that's what you gonna do.
So
Yes.
That's
so
what you
y'all
gonna
so
do.
when I asked y'all the question, y'all took it straight to sex. So y'all gonna tell me that all women are lacks. Some women are just not emotional, or they're not they're not
We said the
the
majority. I
species.
mean, I
Well, the
Special
majority of the
K and
time, yes.
Lexus. Yeah, majority of women are emotional beings. Yes. I can't say
Okay,
all. No.
But I'll
okay.
say
And you know what? I agree with Lolita. You know, these women nowadays in the new generation, they savages. I mean, it's
something.
like, okay, you did what you did. I'm gonna get it back.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
let me tell y'all something. Because now when we're talking about the emotions, at this point, if you cheat on me, I'm gonna just be honest, I'm gonna want my lick back. So I'm not cheating on you because I done fell in love with this person. I want to be with this person. I'm doing this because I want my lick back. So there's no emotions attached to that. You just showing her I'm gonna show you I can do everything you doing, but do it better than you. That's it. There's no emotions attached to that.
Hmm.
And
And
Okay.
you're
then
right,
you have to look
respected
at it.
April.
And DM,
You said what now?
you have to look at too. I don't know if it's in the wars or the food or what, but we have a lot of emotional men these days than we
Ooh,
used to in previous.
Okay.
yes, Ye-
Mm-hmm.
yes.
So it ain't like I said, it ain't black and white like it used to be.
And that's why I say you have to change. You have to kind of change with the times to be able to understand why some people do what they do. I mean, because you can't relate everything back to when generations before us. Because like they said in the chat, this younger generation, it's all about just like Lexus said. I'm gonna get my lick back. And
Well,
it's
well,
hey,
just, well,
you gave me a hall pass when you went
well,
out
just,
there and cheated. That's how they view it.
well, that's pretty much what I was also uh, making, letting you know that this is exactly, we're in 2025, so it marriage looks completely different than from the
Hmm.
origination of what it was
Yes,
supposed
it
to be.
is.
So when I
Hmm.
gave y'all the analogy of the virgin supposed to go down the aisle, that's no longer that the case, right? So I'm
Mm-mm.
just saying that it has evolved and it has evolved, but oftentimes the reason why we're still having these type of conversations is because y'all are. I mean, I'm not gonna say y'all, but relationships go through, and we're still trying to make sense of it. Why people like the first thing, this reason why we don't even on this topic, cheating. Um, Married or not, if a man cheat, it still hurts, right? That's what Alexis said. Man cheat on you. You ready for get whatever you gonna get back. I would just break up and move on to something that's gonna respect me. But some people just stay there and say I'm gonna get my lick back. Okay, cool. But it still it still changes the dynamics of the relationship.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean,
Okay.
I'm the type of person that if a man, Lex is apparently is different than I am. She gonna want to get her lick back. I'm just gonna walk away because I'm not gonna deal with the shit. Because if you doing it that one time and you feel like I'm lacking, just come and talk to me. Like, hey,
There
babe,
you go.
we ain't been doing such and such and such. And such. I feel a little, lost with what's going on. He don't know what I'm going through. I might be going through a point that I don't even want to talk to nobody. Sometimes we have to hibernate for ourselves to
Mm-hmm.
rejuvenate our mental so that way we can be there for people that we are there for, like our children, our spouses, or even just friends. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes we have to hibernate and go within ourselves and on a spiritual journey as well. So he don't know, I don't have to tell everybody what I'm going through, especially on the spiritual journey. I want to connect with
Mm-hmm.
God. I don't have to tell everybody I'm connected with God. So it's his responsibility if he's feel like I'm lacking to come and tell me I'm lacking. So that way I can put that in my mind and say, oh, let me get on my business while I'm going through what I'm going through. So my husband
Balance.
or man won't go out there and cheat on me.
Yeah, balance. It's balance in communication. That's
So
that's what I was
I
saying.
say this, Rich,
Would you say, Dham, you kind of broke up? Dham, you breaking up. Can't hear you.
Go back to standing on that one leg, D Ham, because you must have put the other one down. But you're right, Rich. You're right. That's what I said. You have to have. I'd rather for my husband to come to me and tell me, what I'm lacking in before it
Right.
before it get to that point. You supposed to keep the lines of communication open. You know,
Open.
and
Exactly.
you supposed to have an open mind that, hey, if this man come to me and telling me what apparently he's trying to save his marriage. I'm not going to take it as
Uh-huh.
an insult to say, he just looking for an excuse. No, he was man enough to come to you and tell you, you lacking in your wifely duties of some type of way. I
Uh-huh.
think that's commendable for a man, but everybody don't see it like that. But I just think that's a good line of communication where y'all can talk and he can tell you or ask you, what can I do to help you get through whatever you going through?
Right, exactly. But those
Because
men that are simple minded and don't go that far and communicate with their spouse to say, hey, I'm lacking, and just go out there and do it, I feel like they are not considering that marriage. Like they just want to step out. I feel like
Mhm.
if you are lacking, either communicate with me or just leave me. Don't go cheating on me because you feel like I'm not giving you what you need. I feel like at that point you're doing what you want to do anyway because you didn't fight for it. You didn't tell me, hey, we got an issue. Can we talk about it? And then once we talk about it, if I don't change, then you go out there and you just say, okay, fuck, I can't do it no more. I'm leaving because you're not giving me what I need.
Yes. And to Lolito, to answer your question, no, it's not my fault. If he still do it after we've talked about it, or he come to me or did whatever, he still do it, then that's that. Yeah, he did dog wrong. It's not my fault because I told him what I was going through. And if he want to do it, it's still blame is on him because we talked about it. And you knew what you was doing was wrong because we talked about it. You know, if I told you the reason why I'm not this XYZ because and you told me you feeling some type of way, I'm gonna tighten my game up. So, and if he still go do it, it's still on him.
Hmm.
It's on him then,
Hmm.
total blame because I told him, and then I tighten up and start handling my wifely duties better to where he shouldn't even be thinking about that. That
Hmm.
then he greedy. Then that's just greedy. That's something
Hmm.
you just wanted to do.
Right.
You didn't have to do it because I was giving you what you wanted.
Hmm.
Okay. All right now. All right now. Well, I was just gonna say this. The I get it. Every relationship and every can go through some of these is going to be tested, right? So
Hmm.
marriage to me is the ultimate commitment, right? You're making this vow, okay, and the vows is being exchanged. So if in my book, if we're going to just minimize all of that and say, well, that's of old, then it wouldn't be necessary to go through that, and you just might as well have an open relationship because if y'all,
No, DM,
you know what I'm
don't get
saying?
me wrong. I'm not saying that it's of old. I'm just saying that
Mm-mm.
everything is not black and white. I'm just saying that the way things used to be back in the day, it's not
Yeah.
prevalent today. You
Well,
know, not all
well,
situations, but some situations it is that way. A lot of the majority because these new age kids and the way they think is just totally different than how
Mind
we
blown.
grew up.
I just say if you're single and dating, and y'all probably share a kid and all of that, you're already in the act of trying to have a home that y'all are living in, or trying to co-parent in together or whatever, or y'all trying to get to a place of marriage. But I would say, that then will, yeah, okay, somebody cheat on you, you get your lick back, cool. But if you're married and you go outside your marriage just because you're not being fulfilled, whether it's being verbally, spiritually, or physically, um, you're creating, um, then that either spouse that does that is creating um, a situation where the marriage now has been breached.
Oh yeah, I agree with that totally.
Okay.
But I get what you're saying, Lolita. It's no excuse. It's no none. No excuse for cheating. But we're saying if you were cheated on, how would you handle it? How would you move forward? How everybody's different, and what Rick is saying that it's not black and white. There's no blueprint for everybody to go by to say I will do it this way. I would everybody you know situation is different, and we can't
Hmm.
relate it back to times when it was just the forbidden, because we're not living in God's world. We're living in Satan's world because we all imperfect in this world right here. and
Can
and
I ask y'all a question, Special K and D Ham?
Mhm.
Uh huh.
Special K, have you been married more than one time?
Who, me?
Yes.
No.
Okay. D Ham, have you been married more than
Yes,
once?
yes. I'm on my second marriage. Yes, I am.
Okay. So let me ask you this then. It doesn't apply to you, Special K. Um,
Hmm.
if you were in, say, your first marriage and your wife cheated on you and you were so devastated by it that you left her, but your this marriage now, this wife cheated on you, but you're so in love with her, you're willing to work through it. And let me see, wait a minute, I'm trying to phrase it right that I don't. Okay, let me just say, ask you this: were you more in love with your first marriage, your first wife, than you are with your second wife, or vice versa, or
Okay,
it's
so
just like
you asked me direct, personal, or did you want to make a generalized situation?
I'm asking you
It seems like,
direct personal. If you don't want to, if
okay.
you don't want to get into that, I understand. You can just say no. I don't want to get into that.
Well, it's no secret. I've already stated the fact that I got married very young. You understand?
Hmm.
Me and my first wife, I was straight out of high school. She was still in high school. So we were
Okay.
very young. We had a children before marriage, and we chose to get married because of our religious upbringing. Her father was a pastor. Her mother was a first lady. My mother was at that time an evangelist and a teacher. Uh, we were. I was raised
So
in the
it seemed
church.
like the right thing to
Yeah.
do.
So we had to, yeah, exactly. So it was a little pressure on even understanding, okay, if there's a baby involved, what do you do next? So we as a very young, No one stepped in and said, "Hey, I know that y'all messed up. I know this don't look good, but take your time. Do not rush into marriage." We ended up getting married. I was 19 going on 20, or right at 20. She was turning 18 or whatever have you. We're not far apart in age that very much. Probably about a year and some months. And so
Mhm.
basically we went on and got married very young, inexperienced when it comes to marriage, very inexperienced when it comes to um, bachelor's life. So we didn't get the opportunity to really have you know you know get stuff out our system. So it crept into our marriage probably in our 30s. Um, and we went through a rough patch, a rough time, and so that's what ended how we somewhat came to a end of being married. But we really loved each other. It wasn't that the love wasn't there. It was we lasted 17 years.
Was
You
it a
know,
mutual decision?
by that time by that time it was a little bit of both. You know what I'm saying? Right,
Okay.
you're right.
Okay.
We both was kind of in a place where we didn't know what we wanted. So
So
I
would you
took
say
time.
that
Yeah.
what you are willing to handle is based on how much you love an
No.
individual?
No. Well, what Rich is saying is very powerful because she's asking, and she started asking a question which, where you couldn't handle it when it first happened, but now you're going into your second thing, and you love the woman you with, so you're willing to tolerate or to try to work through it, um, based on what your actions were in your first go round. I think,
You got that.
yeah, I think my first go round was a lot of lessons in that, right? So
Hmm.
um, the lessons was I was very immature. I had to go back to the beginning. How mature was I for that decision? Those vows were very deep. They're very spiritual, and we failed. We just didn't. Getting married so young without considering everything that it required. We didn't have
Hmm.
we didn't have premarital counsel. We didn't have a whole lot of nothing. We was just young, and we was in love, and we had a child, and we began to have children after children. We ended up having 4 children together. It lasted almost 18 years. So the good in that was outweighed the bad. So my thing is, of course, I could have worked through it. I think she could have, even after we went through divorce. It was almost a time where we almost got back together, but we were on a different journey at that time. And
Hmm.
the love was still there. But at the end of the day, we were like, man, it's just been, it's a lot to overcome. So basically, now I'm in my new thing, and I got a little bit more wisdom. I got a little bit more, life experience, and I ended up having a little bachelor life for a couple of years and did my thing, and now I'm in my thing. Now I'm more. My focus is so totally different when it comes to relationships and
Now because
marriages.
your
So
deal
yeah,
breakers, huh?
yeah. So now if oh girl do something on me, hey, I'm be first one going to get the U-Haul truck and helping her move. I ain't gonna be no. I'm not gonna be crying over it. I'm gonna say, okay, you chose what you want. I'm. You understand? So I'm a little bit older. I understand
You
that
wiser.
people are in control of their decisions. I can't control who they want to get a body to. I can't control that. Only thing I can control is how I govern myself. And did I give it my all? And every relationship that may fail, I'm always going to look at what did I contribute to it? How did I how did I I'm going to try to take accountability, but I'm not going to put all the blame on somebody else for arriving to their decision. My thing is, but I'm not going to fight with you about your decision. That's what I've learned.
I can agree to that. What you think, Rich?
I can't hear Rich.
Rich,
Rich. I get you, D Ham, and what you said was
You can't
very
hear
wise.
me?
No, we didn't hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I can agree with what Dehan was saying. I can agree with that.
Mm-hmm. A
Yeah,
very
but I
wise
just yeah,
comment.
very much so. It's just that, having these conversations are very important, even if it's not many people listening. But, because I don't feel like it's black and white. It's a lot of different scenarios to different situations within people's relationships on why the cheating is happening.
Right.
Is it right? No, it's not right. But, there are different situations on why people decide to do what they're doing, a man or a woman. And,
Mm-hmm.
we have to step lightly with these kind of conversations because a lot of people may agree to disagree and some people just may not agree at all. But, to each his own situation, people need to understand that it's not your fault that that person is cheating at all.
Right.
Just
Right.
like, somebody get SA, it's not your fault. They decided to
Mm-hmm.
do that because people have free will and can do what they want to do at any time. You know,
So
if maybe you didn't give that person the things that they wanted, can I blame myself because yeah, I could have gave a little bit more. Yeah,
Yeah.
maybe that's my fault, but I'm not gonna take the blame for that person going out there and cheating on me.
no.
When he could have very well just sat down with me and we talked through it and I could have been honest with him like, hey, I'm not even into this no more, so we need to probably break up. Or hey, yeah, I'm going through something right now and I'll make sure that I get my shit together.
Because
Right.
it
So
might be
yeah.
might be a situation that you can actually talk and figure it
Right.
out together before that comes into play. And I'm gonna say this, and this is not being mean, and it's not saying that I'm passive, and I'm a type of woman that's just gonna stay with a cheating man for whatever reason, because I'm a very independent woman myself. I don't have to have, a man and all that goes with it. Uh, I think if your husband or your mate or whoever cheats on you, and if you decide to stay, I think that's something that you both, that's your choice. I'm not going to
Mhm.
knock you for it. I'm not going to beat you down and think less of you as a person. And I also think if you leave, that's your choice, or
Yeah.
that's your thing. I'm not going to knock you down as a person because for one thing, I'm not privy to know all what went on to get you all to that point, whether it's together or apart.
Yeah.
Everybody's just not privy to know. That's between them two. Unless they choose to tell people. But I'm just that type of person that I choose not to go out there and and just. But I do know as a woman, you don't get over it if you keep referring back to those situations and you can't
Mhm.
take something from it and learn from it and get yourself together where when a good man is knocking at the door, you actually see him. Because if
Yeah.
you group him in that situation where he's like those previous people or that last husband or that last dude or woman or whatever, how you gonna recognize that good one if you still
Right.
putting all of them in the same basket that they all it's kind of like broad to say all men cheat because that's not true. A
Right.
lot of
Exactly.
it's not true. It's stereotyping, all men. So you might run Mr. Too damn good off by
Well,
keep on bringing up bringing up that bad one. You letting that you setting your level for a good man. You going by a bad man. So how you gonna recognize? You don't know nothing about a good man because
So
all you yes, your standards are set at bad.
right. So I
but
want to
did
ask you
Rich talk?
guys this real quick.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Rich talk.
So Lolita in the chat says, "For me, I would never trust him again. I was not about to be put. I would. I was not about to be put myself through it. Again, she's saying she's not about to put herself through it again and wonder what he's doing, checking his phone if he lying to me again. So do y'all think that a person can change after they cheat?
Yeah, absolutely,
I do.
absolutely. I don't believe once cheater always a cheater. Um,
Hmm.
I think we are human. And let me say it like this, Rich. That if they're cheating without remorse, then they're not going to change. But if that person really did not want to lose what they had,
Hmm.
and they just was doing them and wasn't considerate, but then they came to their senses like, yo, I really love you though. That person didn't really mean that much. That person didn't mean nothing to me. Um, um, and let's just say that they were cheating and they left the woman and went on with their life, but then they had to grow up, and not beat themselves up about it and live in regret. I think that they can learn from what they did and become a little bit more disciplined when it comes to who they commit themselves to the next go around. So I think either way,
Hmm.
it's going to require self reflection, self work, and it's going to take
Hmm.
some remorse or some regret. Because if you're not remorseful, there's no way that you even think that you did anything wrong. Um, so all of that requires a person to change, and if it doesn't, that person doesn't possess those attributes, then he's not going to change. So women, please just be careful with apologies versus remorse, versus real
That's true.
deep deep rooted desire to understand. That person has to get to know who they are and why they made that decision to be dishonest. You understand?
Hmm.
So being dishonest is a very um, personal decision. Somebody to be dishonest when all they had to do was be honest. You got to ask yourself, what does it take for somebody just to lie to you in your face, right? It don't take much,
Hmm.
but they can also just tell you the truth. And oftentimes, we make it so difficult and make it complicated when it's not that complicated. You're dealing with a honest um, decision that you could have just been honest, and that's
Hmm.
the problem.
And you're right, Dham. They have to follow it up with actions. You can say you're gonna change. You can say you're gonna be better. You can say, but you got to put that work in. You got to put that work in to be and back your words up with actions. I gotta see you change. I gotta be able to
Right,
feel you change. You working hard. I'm not gonna say you're gonna be perfect, but it shouldn't be no two and three times in the marriage. And the person that you cheated on, um, I think that's really left up to them if they want to stay with you or leave you. But
Hmm.
if you choose to stay, don't use it as a weapon. Don't use
Right.
it as a weapon to keep throwing it up in that spouse's face. Know your worth. And if you feel like you can't get past it, then it's best y'all go y'all separate ways. Because if
Right.
you feel like
Exactly.
it's gonna get to the point where you got to constantly say, every time he walk out that door, your insecurities, flare up. So, if you know that's going to happen, I think the best thing you can do is leave. And it's nothing wrong with leaving. It's nothing wrong with saying it wasn't going to work for me. It wasn't
yeah,
going to
Hmm.
work for me, and move on. And that is the beauty of it too. You all have that type of communication to where y'all, like Rich said, we go back to talking about it first before it comes to that. You gotta have that communication between the two of you all to where he feels comfortable or she feels comfortable enough to say, "This is what I'm missing in us,"
Hmm.
yeah,
and y'all work together to fix it. So I'm not normalizing cheating.
It,
I'm just
it,
saying it's gonna come a time. It comes a time when something like that come up. But I think if you Ham, what you said, if you love a person and you take marriage sacred like that, then I feel like you can come. You should be able to go to that person. You should have a line of communication. If it's that sacred, it shouldn't get to the point where you just go out there and cheat. No, y'all supposed to feel so deeply about marriage. Then you need to go to her or him and talk to him and tell him or her. However, but
absolutely.
if it's that sacred to you both. So, but I don't think staying just because, it's the right thing to do or for someone else, because someone else is not the ones who got to lay on that pillow next to that person. Someone else is not living inside of you every time he's away from you and your mind go to wondering or whatever. Because like I said,
Yeah,
I know how it feels. I didn't been on both ends. I had a boyfriend he was a community hoe. That was his thing. And then the one thing that I asked my husband, and I said, what, I know you didn't been approached because I know how women do. So, and some women look at what the man doing for the wife and
yeah,
how he treats his wife, and they want to get in on that. They had learned, hey, go out there and manifest your own man. But no, they'll go for
Hmm.
that married man. They don't care that he married. They don't care. So I asked him, why hadn't you? And
So let
he
me ask
said,
y'all this hypothetically. If
mm-hmm,
Special K, you can answer first. If you were you're in a marriage and your husband cheated, you didn't find out, but he came and told you, do you think you will forgive him because he came and told you, or you feel like it would be the same situation if you found out?
it'll be the same situation. It's not gonna cushion the fall. That's, you coming and telling me it's not cushioning. You know what? I'm gonna give him 1 point for, hey, you came and told me before the streets did, or for anything come and told me. I give you that 1 point. But no, it doesn't. It just still doesn't take the sting away. It's still gonna hurt either way. So, but I do give you that much credit as a man for coming to me and telling me yourself. But I'm gonna still be hurt either way.
yeah.
What about you, Deanne?
I totally agree with Special K. I think is honorable to keep it 100 with your mate, even when it's some news like that. But when I say we are emotional creatures, um,
Hmm.
it's gonna sting. So and what really stings is the trust.
Hmm.
Your trust is broken. So when you're dealing with a person you can't trust, it takes a lot of work
Hmm.
to repair that. And oftentimes, um, um, you also psychologically have to deal with what was it, what caused it, and what did they see in the other person? How now you're dealing with
That's so
how
many
good
questions.
how good was the sex? How
Yeah.
what if for a man you want to know how to I mean what kind of positions he had you in? You know
The
what I'm
same
saying?
way with a
So
woman. I mean, you want to
so
know all the
you going
details.
yeah you're gonna be going through all kind of changes, but at the end of the day you can still overcome because love covers a multitude of faults. And I'm gonna tell you this, um, you know, when 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 people get married, not and I teach on marriage like this all the time. Um,
Hmm.
love is not going to sustain the marriage
Hmm.
by itself,
Mm-mm.
but it's enough love to sustain the marriage. So
Mhm.
let's look at it like this: if you with your mate, Rich, right? and you say y'all grew apart, and you chose to go a different way, right? The truth of the matter is, if y'all truly loved each other initially, there was enough love for that growth spurt not to happen where y'all grew apart. Y'all could have literally worked through anything because love is kind, love is long suffering. So if you really love that person and that person really love you, truly love you, y'all can get through any storm that comes in test that comes to test your marriage, especially if it's a marriage. But oftentimes, God will never override your ability to be human and make your own decisions. So oftentimes, love is just not enough when it comes to your own personal requirements and desires. So if you desire you got cheated on, and you say that's a deal breaker, God's gonna let you have it. He's gonna let you go ahead and break that covenant. Why? Because He understands that mentally that's where your breaking point was. So, but if y'all went to God in prayer and both of y'all said, you know what, babe, I want to work through this, and He comes over there and say, you say, I want to work, baby, I don't want to leave, I don't want this to end like this. It's enough love for y'all to recover all and to reconcile everything that was broken. But what happens is our human experiences sometimes won't allow it. And so just like me and my first wife, our human experience it was we didn't mature to that place to where we said, you know what, we can work through this and 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 get through it together. No, we decided to go a different direction and see where chips may fall, and it just didn't come back together. But at the end of the day, did we have enough love to overcome? Yeah, we did. We just chose different.
Okay. At first, I was about to say I have to agree to disagree, but that last sentence you just said, I agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
And but everybody trust level and um love tank is different
Uh huh.
too. So you're right. Some things love can outweigh, that, and some things love just, I mean, some things you just can't come back from. And trust is a huge factor in a marriage. You got to be able to uh trust again. If you choose to stay with that person, y'all gotta find a way to. He's got to find a way. If it happened to me, he got to find a way. I don't have to find a way because I'm the one that's cheated on. So I'm not gonna.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like this. You got to find a way to come back.
Yeah.
To regain that. But I can tell you what helped me is that, being that the way he works, he's gone 28 days out of every other month.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
people ask me all the time, how do you deal with that? And I tell them, I said, trust. I have to
Mm,
trust him. I have to trust him. He's gone. So, and he has to trust
Mm-hmm.
me as well. We have our biggest thing in our marriage, and it may sound crazy to everybody, is built on trust. Our love
Mm-hmm.
is that it's not that he don't love me and I don't love him. It's just that I had to focus on trust. I had to be able to trust him and be able to go do his job, and I had to understand he working, and I had to get that in my head that no matter if I am lonely a night or two or whatever, hey, I'm still married. I can't act on it. I can't go out there and get a replacement, while he's away. And he can't do the same when I was traveling. So that's how we look at it. We look at it at, you know, we trust each other. He knows what I'm doing. I know what he's doing. We good. It's not, let me call you every 5 minutes and make sure you at home. Let me call you every 5 minutes, make sure you on that rig. It's not like that.
Hmm.
I trust him, and what he does when he's home, he fulfills all my, any, this is when we first got married, any insecurities I may have, he tuned in so he can set my mind at ease, because I'll be
So
like,
Joanne in the chat wants to know what makes a marriage.
trust, love, all of that.
A marriage is a covenant. A marriage is a covenant, y'all. It is an agreement. It is a spiritual covenant. That's what makes the marriage. Is you think about, like, I know we do a lot of things for show, y'all, but there's a reason why the vows is exchanged. There's a reason why it's got to be done before a witness, and there's a reason why there has to be a marriage license in place, because it's a covenant, and this comes with benefits. Um, the inheritance of that man goes passed down to his wife. His name now becomes her name.
Mhm.
They become one. God says that flesh upon your flesh become one. That a man will leave his mother and his father and cleave to his wife. That is the design of marriage. Okay, that's the design of marriage. In today's society, we treat marriage like a driver's license. Yes, you got to go
Hmm.
get a license, but and oftentimes a lot of people treat their driver's license better than they treat their marriage license.
Hmm.
So if you if you're willing to go and renew your license and make sure you're never driving without a good license, then you treating your driver's license better than you treat your relationship. Um, Simply because you never want to be out here getting pulled over, and you don't even have a right to be driving, right? So, oftentimes when we're married, we are licensed to have sex 24 hours out of the day if you want to. You can have sex. The
Hmm.
Bible says that marriage bed is undefiled. So we don't even care what goes on in your bedroom anymore. God said, I'm going to turn them out back to what's going on in your bedroom because it's undefiled. Why? Because you made a covenant before me. The issue is that we often want to have sex before marriage, and then our experiences creep over into our bedroom, and now our bedroom is tainted because we have not we have not sanctified it before the eyes of God. And I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying you want you want the benefits of marriage without the certificate of marriage. And that is dangerous. Okay. So whenever we do something without being licensed to do it, we have entered dangerous territory. So marriage brings a covenant and is sealed. It is sealed by the hand of God. So whenever you go get your marriage certificate, you want to see the state seal that thing. You want to make sure it's sealed in the record book that I married this person. Marriage brings so much value to your decision and to your lovemaking that you sometimes even forget the true essence of why it's even a sanctity, why it's even an entity for you to enter in. And oftentimes we don't know how to value, and we are so um, all over the place with our love life and our decision making that we don't even understand the value of marriage. Marriage is deeper than what we have been made to think about it, y'all. And I'm just saying, when God bring you your husband, He's bringing you somebody to not only bring you to your full potential, but you are also required to bring that man up to his full potential. And so that's what makes marriage. It is a bond. It is a trust. Matter of fact, even when you leave your man, your wedding ring say you already a taken woman. You don't no other man have access to you. That ring says it all. That I'm already a taken woman. You don't even have to say a word to nobody. That ring on your finger is the symbol that is a covenant that should never be broken. No man should. Matter of fact, a curse is even set upon anybody who put their mouth on your marriage. Anybody who try to come into your marriage and covet another man's wife, he has a curse on his life. Curses is even a sign to marriages. So oftentimes we have taken our marriages for granted, and we've not done right by them. So we have to look at ourselves and understand, why did we get married? That's
Mm.
what Tyler Perry wanted to know. Why did you get married?
But you know what, D Ham? You just gave a nice sermon. I wish it was Sunday. But I'm finna take it. It's like a man that I admire, I love all my. I mean, ever since I've been this world, my grandfather, who was when him and my grandmother, when he passed, they had been married 66 years. I found that out last night. My talking to my mom, 66 years. Do you know that's a long time? But he said it best. He said, "Yeah, you can look at it all kind of ways. That way, what you just said, D. Hell, but it's still the woman has to be brought. The man has a job to do too. The way you put it, like we have to bring the man to his full potential. He has to bring us to. He has to keep his penis is just as sacred as our ring on our finger. So that's what that's what a lot of people are saying. If you read in the chat, that it's the woman that was cheated on. So where is the loyalty and the trust and the covenant when the man cheats on the
But
woman?
that's
That he found a good thing. Remember, they say that in the Bible too. He
well,
he who
you went
finds a
back to
wife.
cheating. What I
That's what I'm saying. But if you
you
go in one
you went back
sided,
to
that's
cheating.
what gets you. If Okay, what is the basis of marriage? She said, "What is marriage
Yeah.
without?"
What is marriage?
Okay,
I just
so
explained what is
you
marriage
have to.
without cheating. But
It,
but this
well, I
but
asked
this is the thing.
I'm asking you a question.
Okay, go ahead, special K.
I'm asking you. So
Uh-huh.
what is sacred and all of that? But if okay, being that you said all that in a perfect world, yes, you are exactly right. But we in this world. So what is it when a
Okay.
man do that
Okay.
to the woman?
I'm gonna tell you.
I'm gonna tell you
I'm gonna
from a woman's
because
standpoint.
basically that's we spoke on the cheating aspect, the infidelity.
Hello?
Hello?
Yeah. Can y'all hear me? I
Yeah.
think
Mm-mm.
I think Rich said women cheat more than men, and they and actually can do it better. But
Yeah.
when men cheat on a woman, it is no, he's not like, look, he's not no better. Really, he literally just voided the contract of whatever he was in this union for, right?
But
He has
what
to.
I was asking,
Yeah,
that's not what I was asking. I said all the things that you said,
yeah,
and not saying you personally, but I'm just saying
yeah.
all the things you said are very, very much so true. But shouldn't men feel that way? The same way you put a lot of value on a woman, saying that a woman, she's this, she's supposed to do this, and this is how she's supposed to look at it, and this is the covenant for the two people. Okay, so when does that come into play where they build us up and it don't even get to that point of
Well,
cheating?
this is the thing, Special K, and I want to just be clear. I wasn't saying anything specifically gender based. I'm talking about
Okay.
the covenant of marriage. Um, it requires both of them uh, to uplift one another in so many roles and so many different
Mm-hmm.
facets that comes along with uh, a man being um, her protector, her lover, her
Mm-hmm.
first defense. That a man is supposed to be protecting this woman from, and not only are you protecting her from the outside forces, but you're supposed to protect her heart. So how can you get away with cheating on her and breaking her heart, and you get away? God is not going to allow that. So there's no one is right for cheating. So nobody's getting the pass for that. Really, then that's what gives grounds for the divorce, right? So a woman then can decide, do I want to put up with this? Do I want to continue on with my heart being broken like this? So it
Okay,
comes,
now that you said
yeah.
that, DM, is that the only grounds for divorce? Because Alexa just said that in the chat. Is that the only
Mm-hmm.
ground for divorce?
Um, that's the main reason why God allowed it. Now, you got to understand, if that's the case, don't get married, because you're both getting up there. Nobody's got a gun to your head, or GUN, excuse me, and y'all are saying some vows that matters, right? Y'all saying for death do you part. You're saying for better or for worse, for richer or for poor. So what other
Mm-hmm.
reason, or for sickness and for health? So what other reason is it other
That's the
than
only deal breaker that he owns.
other than if he's beating you, if he's whooping you, then that's the
Mm-hmm.
be the only other.
Deal breaker. That's the only
Yeah,
thing that the Bible, adultery. And he's still
yeah.
giving you the
If he's
opportunity to put.
putting hands on you, if he's mistreating you to the point where you feel like um he's taking advantage of manipulating you and all of these other things, um then you have every right to get out of that relationship without a
Mm-hmm.
doubt. So cheating gave access um back when the institution of marriage first came into existence, that God understood that there's going to be some turbulence that's going to come to this marriage. Now you got to think about it. Love, love, love. We all can love, right? God is love, but love doesn't show you the benefits of what it, or the full design for what is in existence for, unless there's a test involved. Love has to be tested for you to even know it's love. How do you know you love
Mm,
somebody if you ain't been tested that in that area? So
true.
your marriage is going to get tested. That's why it says
Oh
for better
yeah.
or for worse, for richer or
Well,
for
I don't
poor.
want to go. I don't want to go that deep because I'm not the one that do religion talk. However, I
Right.
will say that no one has access to the original words of God in the Bible. The Bible has
Okay.
been written many times over, and a lot of it is man made and is not ordained by God. So that being said, some of that stuff was added in by man, and
Okay.
True.
God is not saying that, oh, you married this man under my eye, and you said that I'm gonna live by these vows, that he can lay up while you go work 2 or 3 jobs. He lay up and just sit at home, and he ain't sick or nothing
Ooh.
like that, and you supposed to take it.
Man don't work, don't eat.
Hold on now. Y'all can see y'all going back to things that is like you chose that broke brother. Okay, hold on, y'all. Let's just keep this 100. Okay, let's take it
Okay, but
away from the scriptures.
everybody, yeah,
Let's take it away
everybody
from the Bible.
changes though. Okay,
Let's
yeah,
take
okay,
it
that's
away.
fine.
Let's take it away from
Hmm.
the Bible. Okay.
Yeah.
Right now, what we see now, right? We don't even see weddings when it comes to those type of vows during a lot of ceremonies. We see people who actually write their own vows, right? They get up there and say what they feel like they want to say to their loved one, and then they just say kiss
Hmm.
the bride, and you go on about your business, right? Let's just
Mm-hmm.
say that these vows are no longer worth even living by. Okay, let's do away with that. But you still got married. So why did you get married? Because you could have stayed single.
Dehan, but Dehan, that person, everybody changes. It is a
No. We talking
scientific
about
fact.
marriage, Rich. Let's talk
You
about
can
the
I
grow
know, no,
apart
no.
in a
I'm saying
marriage
no, but
too.
it's still in a marriage. You change because
You can
it's a
okay.
grow apart.
scientific fact that every 7 years you literally, physically, mentally change. So
Mm-hmm.
because you married that person was probably the best thing running at that time. Then over a course of a 16-year marriage, that person is totally different than the person that you married.
Okay.
So you can't say why did you marry that person? I married that person because that person was doing what he was supposed to have been
At
doing in the
that time.
beginning. Yeah, but now he knows. Okay, maybe it's like maybe he had that mentality, but I didn't see it, and he was putting on a facade in that beginning, but he sees, oh, she's a hustler, she gonna do what she got to do to make sure everything is on, and this house is
Mm-hmm.
paid, this notice paid, everything. Even if I fall back behind on my car note, she gonna make sure that's paid So, hey, I don't feel like I need to work, so I'm just gonna lay my ass at home and not do anything, and
Then
that's
you
just gonna
married
make
for
her go get
convenience, then.
another. Yeah, but you don't know that until like 10 years in.
Hmm. Yeah.
Okay, so
So I
that
don't have a right to divorce that person then.
no, you have every right to divorce, but and my thing is this. That's why a lot of people choose not to get remarried, because of the same thing. My thing is why get married anyway? If you know that, hey, anything can be a reason for me to leave this thing. Okay, if your deal breakers are your deal breakers. Okay, let's just take it away from scripture, from Bible, from whatever it is. Your deal
Hmm.
breakers are your deal breakers. If a man is now getting lazy and you looking at this situation like, hold on, brother, you ain't. When I met you, you had a job. You was go getter. Now you done got lazy. You probably on disability. I gotta sit here and take care of you. That's my deal breaker. Okay, so you get divorced from that. I understand it. Now, do you get in another relationship? Are you going to get remarried just only to find out that this man may change down the road, or are you going to just stay single and have fun?
Mm, I
It depends
because
on what
it's
come
no,
along.
yeah, it depends because you never know. In the beginning, that person, like I said, could be putting on the facade, and they can do it for years on top of years, and you don't find out until you 10 years in. So I'm the type of person I would want to get married again, because that one person is not going to change my attitude towards every man.
There you go. He's not gonna control the way I live if we not together.
Right.
Because
So
I do believe in God. Am I religious? No, I'm not. But however, God made us to be with a partner. We wasn't born to just be here. We were made to recreate and have
Exactly.
children.
okay. So how are
I
you
don't
going to
want to
treat
be single.
how are you going to treat your marriage? Now let's take it away from the main vows. How would you honor your actual marriage, Rich?
You talking about if I went through that situation and then get into a new marriage?
No, well, get married. Period. Now let's just say, okay, we know. Okay, let's just say there's two different ways that you look at commitment. Whether you in a dating relationship or, and sometimes when you get into the marriage, that brings a different level of responsibilities, right?
Hmm.
Okay, so you're no longer dating, you're now getting married. How would you view how to honor that and what your expectations is?
I mean, I've always been the type of person that it's not about just marriage for me. I honor any relationship. It could be my mother, it can be my siblings, it can be a friendship. I'm going to be honorable to that relationship that I'm in. That if I decide to involve myself into a relationship with anybody, I'm going to be I'm going to be trusting. I'm going to show my trust, respect,
Hmm.
and learn that person and not base my past situations off of what I'm doing with this person.
Thank you. I'm with you on that.
Okay, but you also want the marriage to be a marriage. You don't want to just be dating, right?
I mean, date, yeah, you have to date, friendship, date, and then go into a marriage because it's like, I don't want to just meet somebody and then go into a marriage. I want to get to know
Mhm.
somebody as a friend and then
Yeah.
dating them because I feel like I can learn them better as a friend than
Yeah.
automatically dating and then going into a marriage.
Okay.
And that goes back to what you said, DM. That's before you put the cart before the horse, you know,
Mhm.
and jump in bed with them. I'm with Rich. I'd rather be a friend to that person and get to know them before we go take it to the next level where I would be, in a relationship with them because it may not work out, you
Correct.
know,
Hmm.
on
Correct.
that
Well,
level.
Absolutely, and I totally you gotta we all understand that there can be something that can derail the marriage and cause people to say, hey, I don't want to be in this no more. So that's a realistic understanding, right? We all can
Mhm.
agree to that, right? It can be
Yeah.
it can
Mhm.
be anything, but the real gem in this is to understand if you're going to go and get married, you're not really um going into this thing with um a backdoor plan. You're going in this thing to say, hey, we about to go to war together. We're about to get in this thing, and we're going, me and you, is going to be me and you against the world. That's literally the mindset that it requires to go into the marriage. But if you have all of these different reasons why, hey, my deal breakers is his, this, that, and the third, and you already, the dude's already walking on thin ice, like you got, you may not want to get married. That's all I'm saying.
That's why you don't go in your first time talking to the dude or first date
Yeah,
and laying down all
Right.
these ground rules and stuff already. Because yeah, I would run too, but you kind of let it grow organically. Going out, you just learning him and he's learning you.
it is a
And
journey. Y'all,
Oh
women.
yeah.
What I found out that men are simple. Now depending on what men you deal with, we're very predictable. We're simple. Once you learn how we like our coffee, you pretty much can make that thing every day. Okay? We're not that difficult. We're not that complicated. We're very simple. Matter of fact, the reason why men can get caught cheating easier than women is because we're too predictable. Like we
yes,
come
you
in,
are.
we come in there with some we don't even know we got lipstick on our shirt, and
Bless
you know
your
what I'm saying?
heart.
And then next thing you know, look what's that on your shirt? Okay, we're very much we clueless when it comes to just doing things, um, and that can kind of derail or cause conflict in a relationship. We're not that good at hiding um the way we moving. Um, Especially once a woman understand your schedule, understand how you move, how you know if you're tired when you come home, and you may be horny when you get in the, however the women gonna find out who you are. You understand what I'm saying? So I just feel like when women, you know, they evolve more in the relationship. They're the ones changing, and you don't even know it. It's you got to keep up with the woman because she changes her hairstyle every other day. She's changing.
You trying to say something to him? Them be my
Hey,
wigs.
I'm just being real. Women evolves, and it's hard to keep up. Can y'all agree to that?
Mhm. I
Okay,
know I can.
every time y'all go to the nail salon, y'all getting the same color on the nails. So
And Rick, you're right. Men, they break their daily habit when they used to be at home straight up 5 o'clock. They coming in probably about 7, and yeah, y'all give us a reason to look into you
thank you,
because
thank
you
you,
throw it off.
thank you. That's
So,
all I'm saying. So what Rich is saying is that, and I'm sure Lex is ready for us to get off her platform. But what Rich is saying is that the relationships can be one way in the beginning, and then down the road there can be some changes. Um,
mhm, physically
and
and mentally.
yeah, she's 100% correct. So how do you handle those type of things? And I think that's a very good question, and I think it comes with a lot of more understanding that we can all get back on here and talk about it. And I think I'll be prepared. Maybe some other people can have something else to add to it because it does happen. You may not be attracted to your mate like you once was. Um, they could have put on some pounds um, and they aged a little bit different than what you wanted them to. You don't know these things. You know what I'm saying until you know it. So, oftentimes, how do you maintain the beauty and what you put yourself into? And I think I think what we all want is this that song by Music Soul Child, change.
I love
Uh,
that song.
yeah, yeah. He wants to love his woman even as she ages and even as she grows
That's the
and
goal.
become. Yeah, that's what the desire should be. So,
Hmm.
Rich, I thank you for your questions. I don't want to hold Lexus up. Uh, Special K, thank you. I love you women and appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Dehan, for
Yeah.
coming. Thank you, everybody that came up. Y'all know I'm sleepy as I can be.
Yeah, it's past your bedtime. Thank you, Rich, for coming up. And you know I
Thank
love you, girl.
y'all. Love you too. And Lexi, we got to do this again. Or D-Ham, you got to go. Oh, he jumped off.
Go
Somebody
ahead.
got to go live because I had a question that I was gonna throw out there, and it's deep, and that'll probably it's gonna go well over 30 minutes, so that'll be a good conversation. So
Okay, no
let
problem.
me.
Set it up.
Okay.
Okay.
And thank you, everybody, for, you know, joining us in this discussion. Lexus, thank you for your panel. I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. And I know it's past your bedtime, but let's all walk away from this as a learning experience. We know a little bit more about marriage, relationships, and each other.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It helped me because I ain't married, so it gave me some insight on some things. Anyway.
Yes, it was
Mm-hmm.
really it really is. Believe it or not, even though you're married, you're not married, and I am, and it's a lot of them in the chat that is. Uh, I'm gonna end on this. Marriage is still a beautiful thing. If two people want the same thing out of life, don't be afraid to show a person and keep that fire going with you all. It's not as hard as people think it is. If you and that person truly love each other, then y'all can make it. And then yes, you're gonna have your tough times. You're gonna go through those times where you feel some type of way. But you know what? Love does supersede a lot of things in respect.
Mm-hmm.
And you just have to
Definitely.
respect each other in order to get to that I'm in love with that man or I'm in love with that woman. You know, you got to respect each other's hustle. You got to respect each other's background. You got to respect. It's a lot of things, but respect is a big part of it. And if you don't respect him, then you will find yourself overpowering, you know, each other. Y'all gonna be pulling for the power in the marriage. And really, it's not about a power. It's about just both of y'all being balanced and equal and treated as such. So don't,
Mm-hmm.
who all's not married, don't be afraid to walk into a new journey with that man. But take this time that you are alone and you're not dating to get to know yourself and know what
Mm-hmm.
you are willing to
Put up
do.
with and
You
yeah,
That
definitely.
know you better than he does. You know, because if you know him, if you know yourself, then you know what you're capable of doing in the marriage, and it bosses you up as a woman to go be able to date again. You're comfortable within yourself because I'm gonna tell you, a woman with a lot of insecurities, men run. They may not tell you that, but they'll run because they
Oh
feel like
yeah.
I don't have time to sit here and nurse her. I don't have time to sit here and tell her she's pretty, she's this. Be confident. Know that you are. No, don't be overbearing with it. You know, like I'm the shit and you not, and all that kind of stuff. No, but know your worth. Know you, and be confident in yourself. That's what makes him smile to see your confidence because he don't have to sit there and tell you and nurse your feelings all the time. And it helps. So
Right.
for the looks changing, your looks changing and stuff, yes, we all gonna change, but so what? You know what, you was pretty to him then, you gonna be pretty no matter how you physically change, unless something, you know, happens, but he's still gonna look past that if he really love you and respect you.
Right.
That's
With
it.
that being said, Lexus, put a thumbnail together. So let me know when you want to do it. The subject is going to be I invited a partner, a third party into my bedroom with my spouse, and then my spouse and that other person had
A
extracurricular
connection.
activities while I was sleep drunk. Is that cheating? So that's what we're gonna talk about next time, okay?
Oh
Oh,
my God.
we can set that up for Friday.
Okay.
We can set that up for Friday.
Is that Valentine?
It is. Oh shit.
I want to be in that conversation.
So we can
So let me know. Yeah, I got a date with my daughters on Friday. But if you want to do it early or you want to do it another day,
we can do
Saturday, I'm free.
it. We can do it Saturday.
Okay, but it's a real situation, so it's gonna be deep. So y'all be ready.
You
Okay.
know what? Because I know somebody did that. Oh Lord, I know that. Rich, you must know who I know. But
I
yeah,
don't know that.
I don't know, but yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
have
a
to
good
call
one.
you, Special K. I'm gonna have to find you so we can get your number so we can maybe talk beforehand. Because if that is,
I'm I promise you, I know that situation all too well. I know somebody that.
Lex, do you
Oh
have Special K number?
I do.
yes.
Special K, do you manage to give it to me?
No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay, Lex, text me that, please. And
Okay.
y'all, good night. Lex sleepy. She got to get her
He
good
used to
sleep
be in bed
on.
by
So
seven.
we gonna talk to you tomorrow, Lex. Good night, everybody.
Thank
Good
you,
night,
ladies.
Special
I
K.
appreciate it.
And thank you everyone for the super stickers, super chats, and cash apps. I love y'all. I will talk to you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.